pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, if I could get a roll call.
Mr. Alzar,
Present.
Mr. Esplanga,
Present.
Chair Ivy,
Here.
Mr. Chapman,
Here.
Mr. East, Commissioner Hill,
Here.
Present.
Mr. Murdoch,
Here.
Mayor Sheely.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item B, comments from the floor by the public. And do we have any public comments?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, seeing no public comments, we go ahead and move on. To item C, consent agenda. Looking for a motion unless someone wants to remove one of the items on the consent agenda. I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Mr. J, move to accept consent items as presented.
Thank you, Mr. J. I've had a motion. Looking for a second.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Murdoch. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Presentations. D1 CARES Campus Update. I'm pleased this morning to have a presentation by Par Tolles, who is the CARES Campus Campaign Chairman, and Kate Thomas, Washoe County Assistant County Manager. They're going to provide us an update on the first two phases of the CARES Campus, success with transitioning clients out of homelessness, and upcoming third phase of the CARES Campus development. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Sorry, Richard, good to hear this presentation again.
And I get it next week again.
That's the most exciting drink I've seen in the morning.
I'm becoming known for my pink drinks.
Part of you thing.
Exactly.
I'm in my loving, you want to put up here?
You want that?
Of course, we want to see.
Well, usually we do this anyway.
Let's see if I can. We do this a little bit out of order here.
No.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to start with you earlier. My name is Par Tolles. I am the chairman of the fundraising committee for the CARES Campus, and wanted to give you an update. Also, kind of wanted to give you the evolution of how we got here, which is pretty exciting. So, my involvement started with Sage Street, which is a transitional housing development on 4th Street, and as I was working downtown, it's hard to ignore the population and what you see on a daily basis. And I was pretty good at ignoring it, and got to the point where I felt like either I need to really lean in or maybe move my office south. And so we decided to really lean into this. And Reno is this interesting place where you have casinos and parking garages with not a lot of business people downtown. So we highlight the homeless issue like a movie screen. And so you are downtown, you see a lot of uncomfortable situations. And I had traveled to Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, and San Francisco over the 2 years when we moved our company down here. And I felt like, okay, we're one step ahead of this, but we're very close to being in the same situation as these other downtowns. I feel like for San Francisco, I don't know if that downtown comes back in our lifetime. And I felt like Reno was moving that direction very quickly. And so I started on a transitional housing team. There was 3 or 4 of us, and a crazy guy called me named Larry. I didn't return his call, and finally I did. And he said, hey, we have a man camp in Wyoming that needs to get off of BLM land in 4 months. Would you be interested? And we did a little bit of research, and to make a long story short, we went to Wyoming. We FaceTimed the city. We walked through every building. We had the city planning folks in a little room. And they said, this is the best built man camp we've seen. We actually think this could pass code if you get it sprinklered. And so, yeah, we would support this. And so we got 54 truckloads and we moved this labor camp to this area right here. These 4 acres on 4th Street. And that has become the village on State Street, which was through the Community Foundation and the Volunteers of America. It's now a 220 room transitional housing development that has been incredibly successful. We just got highlighted in the Urban Land Institute as one of the more successful value projects in the country. And I started to believe that, wow, okay, the private side and the public side starts to team up together, we can actually make a difference. And COVID hit soon after that, and don't let a good crisis go to waste. So like man in heaven, we were able to get approximately $70 million purchased with 15 acres across the street for the CARES campus. And so what you have now, and we'll obviously going to go into detail on the CARES campus, but you've got our place across the freeway. You've got, I can move away from the microphone. You have a village on State Street. Hopes has done a new project called Hope Springs, which is 30 tiny homes. You have Catholic Charities serving 900 meals a day to the CARES campus. And you've got a new clinic being built by Hopes, which will be done here in the next 90 days, I think. A 50,000 square foot clinic right here, right next to the CARES campus. But a lot of people don't know it's the largest homeless shelter in the country. And we didn't do that on purpose, it just kind of happened. So under one roof, we now have 600 to 650 beds, which has allowed us to compassionately move people off the parks away from the river to services at the CARES campus. If you've gone downtown in the last 2 years, you will see a market difference to what it was 2 years ago. And it's been a lot of effort from the private side, from the public side to make that happen. So you have this ecosystem that is just kind of happened in Reno. Sharon Chamberlain calls it the corridor of hope, which may be a new kind of rebranding that we can talk about, but I don't think it's like anything else in the country right now. I think Miami's become the model for the East, and I've been to Miami, and they have less homeless than we do, and they're a much larger city, so I know it's possible, but it takes, I think every city is different and has its own nuances, as Reno does. I think we're of a size of 500,000 people, where I truly believe, and I don't think I'm going overboard here, but I think we can crack the code and be the model for the West when it comes to homelessness in the next 2 to 3 years. And I'm getting emotional about it, I get excited about it, and I think it's been the most heartening thing I've ever worked on in my career. I told Hillary this, I was developing Ranchera at the same time as I was developing or helping with State Street. And it was this weird dichotomy from a development standpoint of really meeting the need of an up and coming town with Ranchera, this bougie project that obviously has its place, but it's also meeting a larger or as large need of this population that we've got to get our arms around, and we've got to solve the problem. And so I'm a believer. I think as I'm kind of the John Madden to Kate's Pat Summerall color commentary here, but Kate can go through the statistics and the data of what's actually happening with the CARES campus. That's really, really exciting. And when you lean into something that's as hard as this and it starts to work, I get encouraged. So we do have a fund need of about $500,000. We've had a foundation. We've raised 3, and we got a foundation that said they will match our 3, we think. We've raised 2.5. We have 500 to go, but we have a matching here in the next 30 to 60 days. So we're on our final push to raise another $500,000. But with that, I'll make a few more comments as we go through, but I'll let Kate take over.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Tom mentioned I'm Kate Thomas. I'm with Washoe County, and he paints the picture of what public-private partnership really works towards. And so I come in with the boring governmental part, but hopefully can paint for you the need in the community, which I'm sure is not a surprise to anyone. We have increased rent and housing costs, which is no surprise. We have a decreased affordable housing and supportive housing scenario. We're working towards more units in that regard, but right now we certainly don't have enough to support the need in the region. And then we have the talent of COVID, we have some job loss, we have the growth of the region, kind of a perfect storm for what we call folks that are coming into homelessness or on the cusp of experiencing homelessness just because of raising costs. And so this graph shows you a little bit about the average rent, which is the top line. We've got the affordable housing number of units is that yellow line that you see there kind of holding flat. And then the point in time count or the unsheltered individuals, which we did see about a 23% decrease from last year to this year, but it continues to be in an upward trajectory, or it was for quite a bit of time. So we really had to hunker down and work hard at sort of addressing all these things. Carr mentioned that we've got a lack of resources, or we're putting together resources, but we currently have a lack of resources around behavioral health, mental health crisis, community triage, things of that nature. So those were some of the headlines that we saw previously. And then we moved into kind of this corridor of hope and really hard pressed forward thinking strategy for the 15 acres that we were able to secure during the pandemic. What you see here are the phases of where we are. I think everybody's familiar with the 46,000 square foot scrum structure, which is that blue building or tent at the top right-hand corner of the image that you see there. That's the 600 beds that a lot of you have seen in the news. It was full of bunk beds. It was during the pandemic an effort to separate folks, get them spread out, get some additional capacity. And so that was established over 2 years ago. We opened in May of 21, I think it was. And since then, we as an organization, as the county with our partners of Reno and Sparks, and the community as a whole have learned a lot about what we need. We certainly don't need a huge congregate shelter anymore. And so one of the phases that we recently completed was breaking inside of that shelter, the massive open space, into 6 mini shelters. So we'll show you some pictures a little bit down the road here about some cubbies that we've built in there, some property storage in there. So we've really been strategic about how we incentivize people to move through their need and continue to work towards housing. But on here, you also see the Safe Camp, which was tents a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and now a lovely little Mod Pod village with outdoor gathering spaces. One of our more successful programs, there's 50 of those units down there. And again, you'll see some pictures here. And then in the purple and the sort of salmon colored areas, the supportive housing efforts that we're doing. Not everyone that we have at the CARES campus is able to live on their own. So if there were plenty of housing, we had plenty of money, putting people into housing isn't always successful if they don't have wraparound or support services because of certain scenarios in their life. One of them, and the largest, being mental health. So supportive housing is a need in the community that we've been solely and woefully underprivileged here. So we're going to be building that. The county received $22 million from the state of Nevada under the Home Means Nevada grant to build that 50-unit purplish area you see there. And then we have a private developer coming up from Las Vegas who also received state funding. And then we deeded that land over to him where the kind of that future supportive housing pink area is. And then that sort of rounded out his pro forma to come up and build some additional housing. Future state, we have the housing that you see kind of on the left-hand side there. But I was at the campus yesterday, and the 20,000 square foot building in the middle there with sort of the peaked roof is for staff, for dining, therapy, mental health rooms, case management. It's a 2-story building that's actually gone vertical now. It's got the beams and the trusses up, which is fun. But really what we're aiming to achieve here, and especially for those 4th Street businesses that we are continuing to applaud for their patience, is a campus where people want to be. And so when you are experiencing homelessness and working on yourself, one of the things that we have found happens is folks rely on each other. And so there's a growing sense of community at the campus. For those of you that saw the article in the RDJ on the 2 gentlemen that were at campus, one who successfully transitioned out and the other unfortunately succumbed to his substance addiction. You'll see that and you'll hear that people work together and they bond together. So we wanted to create a space where they could do that comfortably, build relationships with the case managers and the staff, and not really transition all over 4th Street downtown. So we really wanted to create that campus feel. We are not there yet. It is a construction zone. It is Beirut-esque. It's not fun right now. And it certainly doesn't look like that, but we're getting there. Here's another view of kind of those green spaces that I was talking about, encouraging people to stay and want to be at the campus. I know there's a lot of negative press, but we're really trying to combat that with what we've got going on in the future here. So Tar touched on this one just to kind of guide everyone. Couple of things that we struggled with at the beginning of this was staffing. We took this on coming out of the pandemic with not enough staff. We had the funds, but we didn't really have a complete vision. We were working on that as we were trying to house and service 600 people on site. I'm proud to announce that we have great levels of staffing, thanks very much to the political gumption of our policymakers at the county, putting their money where their mouth is and giving adequate staff so that we have case management levels that are second to none in the country, appropriate to providing the right ratios of care to counselors. And so you'll see here, we've got the Volunteers of America, who is our operator on site. They do a lot of the day-to-day, changing of the linens and helping us with sort of the operational pieces. Karma Box is the 8 staff that you see that run the Safe Camp. That's a nonprofit in town. We have adequate security. That is something you've also heard about negatively in the press, is that the CARES campus is not safe. I will tell you that we have a lot of security on site. You have to go through a magnetometer when you come on campus. There's a lot of oversight with this population. Of course, you do see some conflict. I mean, heck, we get that everywhere, but we've got a lot of efforts towards security, and then the county has staff, including mental health counselors, case managers, on-site volunteer coordinators, you name it. So we're good there, which is exciting. The other thing we were able to do, like I mentioned, was to put in place those separate living conditions within the shelter. So the first picture shows the congregate living space, as it were. There's some of that now, but in addition to that, you'll see in the phase 2, we've got these really cool little cubbies. We learned this from the Our Place Women's Shelter, that when you have that private space with a little closet in there and a plug for your phone to charge, people kind of like when you're in coach and you see people in first class or business class, you kind of go, how do I get up there? Like, that looks a lot nicer than where I am right now. So our narrative is, if you're willing to engage in a little bit of case management, we're happy to work to getting you into one of the semi-private living areas. It's enough of incentive to get people to really start moving towards working on themselves and being serious about getting into housing. The mod pods are another solution. Those units were originally established for folks that we were having trouble getting off the river, getting out from behind the ball field. They really didn't want to be messed with. They wanted to be under their chart by themselves, really struggling with things like PTSD and other mental health situations. Super successful. Word got out that those are really great. They're heated and cooled. And like I said, we have 50 of those. Great program. People do not stay long in there, and we move them out into housing. And then, of course, that future phase is the supportive housing building that I showed you on there. So lots of options on the campus, which is, I think, a key to success. Another big element of success is our partnership with community organizations. It takes a village, it takes the private sector, it takes government, it takes all of our nonprofit organizations. You'll see here a list of some of them. I just signed a memorandum of understanding this morning with the chamber for some workforce development that we're doing on campus. But these are the agreements that we have in place with organizations that come onto the campus to help serve the population. We're up to, I think, about 35 of them. You'll notice a lot of the organizations that you're familiar with. We are bringing them onto the campus because, again, it takes a village. So that programming is essential to our success. The security has proven to be really helpful in decreases in law enforcement response. It's also helped to have on-site medical providers to help with decreases in medical response. What that means is the less calls we have to the campus from the sheriff's office, RPD, REMSA, our first responders, the more they can service the community. We don't want to be the ones taking the resources offline to the CARES campus. We know there are issues there, but we really have worked hard to try to get the right resources on site so that we can help those resources that we have in the community stay in the community. And we track that every month. You can see here by the data, or I get a report every week, actually. Here's a quick snapshot of who's at the campus, so you can kind of get an idea of the disability, the age, and the level of uninsured. Obviously, we can change one of those by getting them signed up with some of our MCO providers and others. We work hard to make sure folks are diverted out of the campus when possible, but this just gives you a snapshot of who we're serving. And then nationally, it seems a little disheartening. You see all of the federal funds that came out of the COVID pandemic going to areas to help triage the situation. And we've seen over and over again, regions continue to struggle and their cases are even going up. But here in Washington County, I'm happy to report that that's not the case. Our point in time count, like I mentioned earlier, decreased by 21% in 2023. We saw a pretty big spike following COVID, as to be expected, but we're really starting to make a dent in the number of unsheltered individuals. And we're also working towards a data-driven foundational approach called Built for Zero, for those of you that have heard of that, where we track individuals by name. Called by name list. So I know that Kate Thomas has been in and out of Eddie House, Renown, the jail at Parr Boulevard, in and out of the CARES campus. So when we sit down to case conference that individual, we know what didn't work so that we can really put resources around what did. That only comes with those regional partnerships and everybody putting information into that HMIS system. So that's been a big success, so much so that we've permanently placed into housing over 630 individuals since we started. I highlight the month of June, where from the CARES campus, we put 44 people into permanent housing. And by permanent housing, HUD defines that as housing with a lease. So you have tenant rights. Putting you in a weekly motel does not qualify as permanent housing. So those numbers are not included in here. Kind of a fun side fact, in addition to our community partnership, the partnership with the private sector, the adequate staffing and the support of our local elected officials, is that we have a regional law enforcement effort from Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And very cool fact is that you've got those HOPE teams that are working with people that are still out, in encampments or living in the unsheltered areas. In June, they placed 9 individuals straight from the streets and behind Winco and wherever we know that they are into housing. 9 people in 1 month. So those teams are working as well. So you can kind of see how all the pieces are fitting together to get us to a point where we're starting to make some real strides. You ask, okay, you place all those people in housing, how many of them are coming back? Well, every 6 months we check that because we want to make sure that they're stable. And our recidivism rate when we first started was at 37%. It's dropped to 28%. We'll know in January how much more progress we're making because we'll have our next 6 months under our belt, but this is pretty encouraging. People that we're housing are staying housed, and that's a testament of success. So with that, I'll stop droning on and on about the campus. I'll turn it back over to Parr to talk about where we're going with the resource center, which is super important when it comes to diversion. Not only do we want to help the people that are at the CARES campus be successful, we want to really be strategic in the community about making sure that people that are in the community that are on the cusp of becoming homeless do not fall into that scenario and come to the doors of the CARES campus. That's where the resource center comes into play. It's really critical for this community. And I'm going to let Parr go into detail about that.
Yeah, we focused our fundraising on this last building. So this is the resource center. We also call it the diversion center. So we're going to, this is going to be a place where if you're on the verge of homelessness, you're one paycheck away. Hopefully you come here for help. So we can help you with caseworkers. We can help you with your DMV registration. All those things that are the tipping point for somebody that's about to be homeless. We want to get in front of that and get them plugged in and get them peer support. There's a couple other things. This is a congregate place where there's a warming shelter in the back. Again, Kate talked about the community that's formed there. We hope this becomes a friendly place, not a scary place, and that people know when they're right on the brink that they can come here and get immediate help. So our $6 million. This just kind of tells you a little bit more of what I just described. This was the original budget, expensive and funded from a number of different sources. And we've gotten from all the way from 78.7 to this final place here. So we found, rather than trying to raise money for the general fund, we've gotten a lot more traction from folks in a lot easier understanding by focusing on one building. So we take everything else, except for this last building, our little trick that we're doing, or a way of getting people engaged, is buying one of the mod pods. So each of those mod pods are around $25,000. And through buying a mod pod, that is going, you can name it if you like, or your money will go through the mod pod into the resource center to finish that development. So our company just purchased one. There's a number of other companies that have done the same thing. 25,000 seems to be kind of a adjustable amount for small businesses that want to lean into this. And so we're hoping on the road here in the next 30 days to finishing this. So thanks for your time. We're happy to answer a few questions if you got time for us.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Great presentation. Mr. Jane.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. I look forward to hearing it again next week. I think we heard enough. I get to help you guys with it. But anyway, on that slide, kind of early in the beginning, called the need, and you show increasing rent and housing costs. How does that compare to state and national levels? Are we seeing similar increasing in housing and, point in time and all that? It'd be interesting if we could kind of correlate national trends.
I can't speak to off the top of my head. I will say, we've looked at point in time counts for other jurisdictions and they are continuing to go up. Ours is starting to traject down, which is great. Again, you saw all the resources that we're putting towards it. But I will say that another really successful element is that we've got coordination in this region. What we've seen that impacts the point in time count specifically here and in other areas is that there's not coordination. When the county agreed to take the lead role for homelessness, we get a portion of the property tax to do it. So we led that charge. The city stepped forward and said, all right, well, we'll handle housing. And so they went into that role. We went into the homeless role, and you don't see that in other jurisdictions. Everybody's sort of doing this bifurcated approach, and it doesn't seem to be working. I mean, obviously we could control it with, product, but we can't control the demand or the pricing for housing or rental costs or whatever. But I guess the more product that comes online, obviously supply and demand would drive that down. But I will say that compared nationally, we're doing it well here because we're coordinating, we're talking, we're agreeing, and we're really committed.
Last question or comment. Great information. The general public doesn't know this. What can we do to help get the message out there that we are making an impact out here? We are doing something. We're leaps. I consider we're leaps and bounds ahead of many other communities, but what can we do to get this message out there more?
Yeah, we're on Face the State tonight. We've done this presentation probably 20 times. All the same organizations. I wrote an op-ed. We're trying, and you're right. I think the press at times looks to focus on the negative when there's a lot of really positive things happening. But two other things I failed to mention: Downtown Reno Partnership, which is really at the forefront for all these other things happening at the end of 4th Street, has been an integral part of this. So they've been the first line of defense, if you will, with the population. We now are about to have our second ban. So maybe the 10th or 15th time that Naoma or Jackie Bryant with the ambassadors is talking somebody on the street, and they'll finally say, okay, I'm ready. And they put them in the van, we'll take them directly down to care campus. When Hopes is built, it's going to be really interesting to see our ability to triage, not heavy ER type of instances, but minor things, and how that really, again, lessens the burden on the other emergency services. The other thing I should mention, Judge Walker and Judge Liu have really started down a strategy of developing a really strong mental health court. We already have a small one. We all went to Miami, those two judges, Sheriff Balaam, court administrator, and they got slight training, but a lot of resources to come back and really develop that where we can keep people out of jail more in home arrest with a peer mentor, with a long-term injectable drug if they mentally need it. And the results of the mental health court in other cities have been miraculous. Like that actually almost solved homelessness, particularly in Miami. So those are two other things that are happening outside of everything we saw here that I think is kind of the 360 efforts here in Reno that are going to make a difference. All right, thank
But we're
you.
open to your suggestion for this, like as government, I'm not great at marketing.
Share that. I mean, I know I'm pretty frankly, so I thought it post on social media. Did you know? And I think, all of us have to take some kind of responsibility and say, what can I do to get this message out there? And coming out to like the Rotaries next week. All of us are probably involved in some kind of civic group, whether it be Rotary, Lions, Kiwanis, something. And as long as you guys are willing to come out and make these
Yeah.
presentations.
We were with Rotary yesterday. They toured the campus. We actually did a couple presentations up in Montreux. They were one of the $1 million givers. Montreux, that group that rarely comes downtown, was moved enough and cleaned it enough. A few individuals really led the charge. So we know we can get in front of you saying, give this presentation, answer questions, and people respond. So we're kind of for hire.
So we just need to come up with one organization for you guys. Thank you.
First of all, I don't think anyone in this room truly knows the work that you've been doing behind the scenes, both of you. It is miraculous. We are so fortunate to have both of you, and everyone is sort of working together, like you talked, not sort of, but everyone is working together. Like you said, we don't typically see that in cities. I've been working with other mayors and they cannot even get the county to call them back. And so it's very, very challenging. I do think this is the #1 crisis in America, the fentanyl addiction, the mental health situation. I cannot thank you enough. Par has been pounding the pavement. This is all from, his heart. And so hashtag be like Par.
It's really lucrative.
But I just think this problem is so massive, we can't do it alone. Government does not have all the solutions. It's going to take also the private side. I guess you could answer me just a couple of questions. Why do you think it's so important that this room hears this presentation?
Yeah, I think you all are influencers, and you're going to think of somebody that can write a check. You're going to think of a presentation you can come to and continue to spread, just like you're saying. It's been so hard to spread this. So any way we can do this to get on the map, on the thought map
Yeah.
of individuals that can make a difference, that's why it's important for you all to hear this.
And I would just say this, because everyone's asking, what can I do? What can I do? I really think that we need to get a bill in place when we come into the next session of long-term care from the money from the state. A lot of people think that there is a place to take most of our sickest individuals. There isn't. That's why a lot of times you'll see them dying on our streets.
Yeah.
We have to have that, because until we have that long-term care, because there are some people that will never be able to function. And also, there are community care courts that are happening. I believe strongly in that we have to, demand that people get into treatment. Because they can't really have that luxury of saying what is good for them, especially when they're, whether it's drugs or severe schizophrenia, things like that, they cannot make those decisions. So we have to have long-term care to take care of people and get them off the streets, because they're dying on our streets. So we need a comprehensive bill asking the state to have a location, because that's the one myth I hear. Everyone thinks that there's some place to take them. And there really isn't. The only 2 places they're going, I just want everyone to know, they're going to our ERs, and we're using our jails as mental health hospitals. So we all have to, I think, have a.
You think that's phase 4 or 5? I totally agree with you. We'll talk a lot about this, but I think there is a place once secured, there has to be a longer term mental health campus. Particularly just aren't going to be able to be out in, normal society.
Yeah.
I don't think we're being extreme. I think it's I've used the term clear and present danger to our country.
Yeah.
It's the quiet clear and present danger to our country. Unless we build these type of campuses, not just here, but mainly across the West, it has the potential to really do severe damage. It already is.
No, exactly. Bottom line is, if you're a city over 100,000 people, you should be required to have this.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because then otherwise, what happens? I hear it all the time. San Diego is telling me, because of the other cities surrounding that haven't put those services in, guess what's happening? They will come where the services are. So they're all going to one city in San Diego. So that's why I think it's important but again, it just takes the collaboration and the political will. And now more than ever, I think we're working so well together. And I just can't praise you both enough.
Well, thanks for your support, Mayor, seriously, means a lot, so.
Thank you. Mr. Avatar.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you both. We're so fortunate for the work you're doing and I think the call is that we all join in effort and help you with the work. A couple of questions about sort of coordination. Mayor mentioned coordination with state and mental health. Is NAMS engaged? Are they helping? Are they contributing? What's the coordination with NAMS? On the other side of the freeway it appears. And then how are our hospitals engaging in coordination around Legal 2000?
Terrible.
Sure, they're not.
No, there needs to be a law in place that when you are brought in for a legal 2000, that you are tested there. They are not keeping people there. They're letting them go 3-4 hours because quite honestly, they're not equipped to do it. And it's really unfortunate. NAMS campus, glad you brought that up. One of the things that we've worked on for 7 years now, and I think we're getting ready to break ground in January, I think, but it's a crisis center because a lot of people, whether you're in crisis or families or you're on the street, they do not know where to go because at the hospitals, they're not holding them. So we're doing a 24/7 crisis center. Anyone can go there. It's also a place where our police officers can do a warm handoff. It takes 2 minutes. If they book you in the jail, it takes our guys 2.5 hours. So this is 24/7. The good news about that, it'll serve as a hub that every provider, every foundation, whatever, if you're in the mental health addiction space, everyone will sort of be under that roof so we can deploy services and be working together. That's what's happened. There's been silos all over the city working in the space, but no one really knew what that was. I also think the requirement should be, and I think Kate touched on this, that if you are not in the HMSI system, you do not get funding. Because that's the only way that we can understand the data and really tackle the problem. But that's gonna be happening 7 years in the making. The state did give us a grant. It has to go through a hospital, contracted with the hospital. Renown has taken that on. And so it's just one of the pieces of the puzzle. Yeah.
Let me throw one more at you. I toured Weeks Crossing 2 weeks ago, which is our, how do I describe it, psychiatric lockdown facility. Is that both a state facility? Half the people in there are from Southern Nevada. So our
Yes.
jail is full.
And they're bringing people here.
Plain wheat comes here from Southern Nevada. Half the people in our state, we're the only state, now they're, I think, Mayor, I think they're funding a new one that's gonna take 4 or 5 years to build.
Yeah.
So hopefully they can.
The forensic,
that.
yeah.
It's frustrating to hear
Yeah.
Sheriff Balaam saying doubling, tripling up in his cells. And then half the people, where we had some relief, it would solve the problem.
Yeah, they're also sending them in Southern Nevada to get treatment here because we do services much better. And that's unfortunate too. And then it creates a hardship on all of us. They literally do send them by a bus and bring them here.
So in addition to NAMS being our, state partner, NAMS is Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services. It's the original mental health campus in Northern Washoe County. As a matter of fact, when people were coming through out to California looking for gold back in the day, that's where you dropped off like Uncle Jimmy, who was going crazy in the back of a covered wagon. And that campus has been around since the late 1800s. And so when we moved onto the campus, it was being underutilized. We put the women and family shelter there. That's where our place is. But what I have found in the areas that I work with at the county, so I work with the public defenders, I have the jail, and the sheriff's office, I work with the public guardian, I have a human services agency, the homeless services folks, alternative sentencing, you name it. All of the things that I work with directly are human-based, and every year during the budget season, we need more attorneys to do public defense because our caseloads are huge. We need more room at the CARES campus. We need more jail capacity. We don't have enough places for people with mental illness. And for years, I was of the mindset that this is the state's role. This is their lane. They're statutorily required to provide this service. But unless we get more strategic as a region and push those resources so we won't need a giant CARES campus upstream and start triaging mental health to the mayor's exact point, we are going to continue to need extra wings at the jail, more public defenders, more DAs, more courtrooms to try cases because these people are cycling through the system. So we don't get smart about mental health, and you're going to sort of see us talk about that space as the county and really working with the state to decide who takes what piece of that baton we are gonna continue to have these issues and need these resources. So if you're me at the county and you go, this is not the best use of the taxpayer dollar, if I could take some of those millions of dollars, push them upstream and really triage mental health at an earlier state, when they first present in a court before Judge Walker or Judge Liu, or even more so in the schools. You've got some really talented organizations like communities and schools and stuff where we can identify people. If we could triage them, we wouldn't need all this stuff. We wouldn't need the extra jail capacity, the CARES campus, the mental health, you know, I mean, like, we just have to be smarter, and I think we can do that because we've got the resources. So just like Par gets wound up about this project.
Okay.
Right. I get a little bit wound up about the mental health because I see it so clearly and clairvoyantly in the work that we do, so.
And Mr. Plugin?
No, I'm gonna be somewhat redundant with the group as far as we're fortunate to have both of you and the teams behind you that are moving the ball, the electeds. I mean, it's really, I'm somewhat speechless of just, I was aware of it and I know Bar, you've shared things before and on my own Miami courts and, you know, so again, the thank you for everything you're doing for the community, really. A couple of questions that, again, just for clarity of myself. One, and they're not really related. One is where are we at capacity wise? I know that there's the whole court issue of having to have a bed, correct? Where are we on that? And also, can you just explain one more time? Are we remaining 3.6 on that resource center, or was it 500,000?
Yeah, so we're $425,000 away from the five. We've raised 75 in the last week. We don't have a full commitment from the foundation, but they've given us a strong nod that if we can get to the 3 million, they'll match the 3 million. So we're 425 away.
Got it. And then as far as the capacity, I'm sorry.
So on the capacity, it's a great question. There was a ruling out of Boise that said years ago, you can't move an encampment or displace somebody from a park if you don't have a better place to send them. We are fortunate that we have a capacity, and what we did to put in place the transparent information, we have a dashboard. So every morning, I think it's like 4 a.m, we go through and make sure that we've got empty beds or available beds, and we post that on the dashboard on the Washoe County website. So you can see at our place, the women's shelter, at the CARES campus, and then at the SAFE camp, how many open beds there are. So law enforcement and HOPE teams and everybody else, Downtown Regional Partnership, can take a look at that dashboard to see what capacity we have. In the winter, you've heard a lot of comments about we don't have capacity. We've got warming spaces. We've got overnight beds that we open up when the temperature gets to a certain degree, so people will come in. We've got plenty. We really do.
We actually had a meeting, we've got pastors, priests, rabbis together, and asked them to stop digging the holes. That by dropping off bags of clothes and by handing out protein bars and donuts in the river and the park, you're just perpetuating a really unsafe lifestyle. And we are throwing away food right now. God bless Catholic Charities, they do a great job, but we're throwing away food. We're trying to encourage, if you want to help, hold their hand and walk into the CARES campus and get them plugged in, but don't allow them to live in these really unsafe camps. That just, leads to a bad ending. So we actually, Grant runs Karma Box is actually making a series of videos that we're going to send to the faith-based community to help train them on how to do this. So hopefully that continues to work.
Yeah. Thank you all for the presentation and the work that you've done. And I've been part of that committee representing Sparks as we've sat through for the last couple of years. And really what is encouraging, and I agree with the mayor, is really seeing the two cities, the county, together with the private sector, with faith-based, with other community organizations, really coming together, because we can only do it if we're all working together to do that. And that it's important to, and the two cities really don't provide, we're not funded for social services or for indigent services. My tax dollars and yours from your residents goes to the county, and really the county's responsible. But I think that's evidence of the two cities on board, because it affects our businesses, our residents, our parks, the river. I mean, it's quality of life for our residents, and that we all want to make sure that we don't become like San Francisco or like Seattle per capita. I mean, really don't want to see that because I don't know, you know, if I was on a city council in those cities, I mean, what do you do? And we don't want to ever get there. So I think really the secret of success that you guys have had is everybody working together, the collaboration and continuing to move things forward. And really mental health, I'm learning through the people that are experts, I'm not, is that there's no silver bullet. And that each person with the Built for Zero, every person has different reasons on why they're on the street and how they got there and what things they need. And from person to person to person, their different needs, and with your wraparound services, with the HOPE team, with all of your counselors, finding what that person needs that can get them into transitional housing and becoming independent. And it seems slow sometimes to people, but it's just a step at a time. And I think we make great progress. So thank you. And thank you for presenting to us. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're moving on to D2, Aramark presentation and update. Let's see, we have Andrew Atwell, District Manager for Aramark Sports and Entertainment, will present on capital improvements at the Rainbow Sparks Convention Center, food court, and other outlet areas. Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. Right, so we've been in the role right now for about 16 months for the food and beverage services in 4 locations that Reno has to offer with a food and beverage platform. The big thing that when I first came up here was connection, understanding Reno, what the city has to offer, the variety of food and beverage opportunities throughout the actual city within themselves, and learn that. Having a daughter at UNR currently has helped me out with that as well, because I do have roots here that I can help develop with her and understand what the city has to offer. And within that, it's all about the connectivity with family and food and who's coming to the city. How do we resonate that collectively together, and working with Renee and Trent and Mike and marketing. You'll see here today that we build a foundation that's all about collaboration. We really focus on understanding different varieties of events and shows within the convention center, but at the same time, you know, the genre is a big deal. You know, we flip and change at the REC for multiple different events, and hopefully I can show you today the reasons why we put this investment together to really showcase that what we do and how we do it has a purpose and a meaning behind it. You'll see here a cup from Reno. We decided, you know, if we're doing non-alcoholic beverages, why couldn't guests walk away with something from Reno? And we've really had great success here in some of these cups, and also a koozie for a cold beverage. We don't like to hold a beer or a cold Coca-Cola, but at the same time, you know, it does get cold, so why not promote Reno within that platform as well? And then utilizing a big thing that I saw was Food Truck Friday when I got here. I'm a big supporter of subcontractors and using them in the different cities. And coming up here, we expanded our platform at the convention center to allow the food trucks to face Virginia Street. And we work with a lot of different food outlets now that we can bring the variety. So if they have volleyball coming in, and we've got a lot of teenagers, they want variety and healthy options as well. We do have that within the walls, but when you have great weather outside, why not bring them out there and set up some tables and really connect and showcase that we can keep them on, make it a great experience. They don't have to go away to get something to eat, and there's variety throughout those days. I'm going to review the capital expense, where we are currently, what we're going to be doing. We'll show you the Livestock Event Center and the changes with Mike and his team that we've done there with Trent's guidance, and then the Reno Sparks Convention Center, which we're about to go into the next phase. So we put this in the pillars. The big thing when we first came was talking about the ability to be adaptable. Within the 4 locations, There's a lot going on, but at the same time, you've got to invest in the right foundation. And for us, it was, point of sale was a big factor. Everybody's going cashless these days, but we've got Google Pay, Apple Pay, all sorts of different pays. How can we resonate that within, the 4 different locations and have the ability to track what is going on in real time? So if we have an event at REC, we can identify a location that's got a higher threshold sale. Do we have enough inventory of stock? Can we send more people or resources over to those areas that help with the customer experience? Then we've also focused on a technology called Mashkin. I have a picture coming up for you shortly, and I'll explain. It sits at Reno Event Center, and it does work on more of a platform of experience. Instead of just coming up to a point of sale and say, what would you want? This is derived with AI technology, but it's also given the fact that you're changing the person asking what would you want into a customer experience where they can collaborate and talk about, how the markets work. And I'll explain that in a minute, but really cool technology to work there. And then within the other point sale with the carts, we worked on bars. We all know when you go to an event, you want to get a drink fast or you want something to eat quickly rather than waiting in line and my van's going to go on in like 10 minutes and there's 25 people ahead of me. I'm going to show you what we've done and how we've been successful managing the queues and guest experiences. Reno Event Center, so the carts we're done, we're going to move into the fall here, working on the concession stands. And I think you'll see what will resonate from what we've done currently and what will happen at the REC with the experiences. Livestock Event Center, we have refreshed it. I'm going to show you before and after pictures of infrastructure that we've done, working with the marketing, so it all resonates together. It's not one-off pieces of what we've tried. Marketing has really helped us set the tone of what these 4 properties will look and feel, so we do match each other and we work collectively. The Reno Sports Convention Center, I've got some renderings that I'll show you that we're about to go into progress now in October with a great coffee shop, because I always like a good coffee shop at a convention center. And National Bowling Stadium, we've made some changes there. We've ordered some airline cards that can go down during when we have the championships here. They've got a very quick turn that they can't really get out. So we helped identify what is the threshold of, they've got, they can't really go out, but can they get a beverage? So we've worked with some airline cards to go up and down and then change some of the menus around as well. And having the cards that we could move over to NVS as well and offer more than what we have offered in the past. So here's just the technology. We do have handhelds and we have fixed locations. So the handhelds are ability to move around between all 4 of the properties. We do have the fixed locations with the other point of sale that sits at each of the 4 properties as well. So if we have a large event at LEC, we have the ability just to move the handheld units over. We can create more bars and food and beverage experiences. On the bottom right is Mashkin, and I'm going to show you a couple of pictures now, what it can do. I'm not sure if everybody's been there and had a look at it, but when you check out at a supermarket, there's a lot of self-checkouts these days. This is working on the same platform. There's multiple cameras built into the system. So you just drop your items on the black dots on the bottom and it will pick it up automatically and you can tap your credit card or put your chip card in and you're out within about 18 seconds. So here are the cards and what they look like. We designed to fit all 4 properties, more modern feel, but also really focused on servicing our guests within the timely manner so everything is efficient. Here's the market at REC. So the guests can come down and we've got snacks just behind where you see beer, snacks and soda. There's shelving there and then the cold beverages. So they can come in, pick and choose what you'd like. Obviously, we will ID the people for the alcoholic beverages before they make the purchase. And then when the hardest thing that we have is please make sure you've got your credit cards out so you're not diving into your wallet because that takes the most time to get through this market. But the average speed is about 18 seconds. I'm going to show you on the next slide. Here's what we've done so far within the platform. So the average time is about 1 minute to 1.5 minutes with point of sale. If you're going to go up and ask somebody, what would you like? how can I help you? All that gets reduced. So now the person who used to do that within the master market now asks them, welcome, they're engaging. Yeah, come on through, take a look. We appreciate you coming tonight for the event. How's everything going? It morphs into a customer experience, not just, you're not a number anymore. You're more having that connectivity. Then people will spend more if it's faster. So if we have, pre-shows at the REC and now there's a band going on, and it's not the band that's the original one you came for. If there's big lines, you'll only go once. If there's shorter lines, you'll have repetition. So you know what, getting thirsty, I can get water now, or I can go get some popcorn, things like that, that you gotta make that second touch, which really helps out with the experience and, showcases that we are trying to make speed something that builds that experience better. And then portable bars. So the bars that we put in from year to date, they came in January of this year. We've made $400,000 with 33,000 transactions. Food carts, $95,000 with 13,500 transactions. This really did help with the MBS, with the bowling stadium, that we could keep them there, because there wasn't as much offerings in the past, and then we could offer more. And then the drink market, we're doing $67,000 with 8,700 transactions. So the market will bring in about 400% faster than what everything else would do. So it's very, when you have cluster times, to have the speed and the serviceability, it really helps out with the platform that we put in place. The Livestock Event Center. So when we came in there, we take a look and we work with marketing really hard on this one about what would be a good modern look and feel for this area. So you'll see that beforehand, the Sunnyside Saloon is now turned into the saloon. We made it a little bit more brighter, and it really does resonate with the capacity of equipment was put in there. It helped with rodeo. So this did open about a week prior to rodeo this year. So this is one of them. The next one was the rodeo grill. So we've added more equipment in there so we can speed up the lines, and then a very nice clean look and feel there as well. And then Smoke Shack, this was out here as well. We did a barbecue. This is another one of the subcontractors, Big Daddy's Barbecue. I've known Jose for years. He's housed up in Reno. He's got some championships as well with his product, very well respected in the community. So we focused Smoke Shack there as well. And then when you first walked in on the right-hand side, there's a bunch of tomatoes going on, and we wanted to say, okay, let's look at the look and feel and how can we really identify opportunity is, crafted in Reno Tahoe. We're making it in Reno Tahoe. We can be flexible in these stands. So you've got multiple different events. You have motocross, you have, rodeo, we've got dances going on. So we can be flexible in this location. It's absolutely key that you do keep one flexible stand that if it's a genre specific or we have a special event that this stand can really resonate to the clientele coming. Moving to the Reno Sparks Convention Center, which I'm very passionate on. I spent a lot of time with the team because I have a big convention center background, and when I was there, we're looking at what can we do and how can we do it. You have lots of genre and different events going on at the convention center, but at the same time, I wanted a good cup of coffee, and we can only get it off a cart from a subcontractor or a drip coffee. And I'm like, well, it doesn't work as a platform that I really want for the connectivity to keep the people on the property and have that embellishment that we can offer something unique. So we've come up with 775 Coffee Company and the Virginia Street Market. So what wouldn't be better than having a coffee that's got a local roaster from Reno? So we're getting now a roaster for our coffee, and we're going to promote that coffee from within the convention center as well. So here's what Sierra Mountain Cafe looks currently. You see, it's needing for an update. So let's look for what the update is going to be about. So a little bit, if I go back forward, we looked at warmth. We looked at what could be a good experience. We all know coffee sells very well. Convention centers always start early in the morning. So on the left-hand side, 775 Coffee Company. We will resonate with fresh pastries. We'll do our own cinnamon scrolls. We will have a system just like Starbucks where you can have multiple different platforms of great drinks. And also on the right-hand side, the Video Street Market, this is a flex stand. So what this resonates to, if we have volleyball, for instance, a high teenage traffic crowd, we can flip this stand and do mac and cheese bowls. Or we can do street tacos, or we can do really funky grilled cheese sandwiches, things like that, that this stand can resonate with the genre that's in the halls or in the actual shows. Then the other one, down the hall there, we've got a food court. We've been working about what can we call it, how do we design it, what resonates within the people in the center. We're about to put in a dining district, so it's gonna have a grill, grab and go pizza. I'm gonna show you the first one. So this is what it looks now. So we really take a walk through this multiple times. It's dark. It doesn't really resonate that it's warm. And at the same time, there's all glass cabinets there, and I need someone behind to pass something through. So when we look at the next picture, we warmed it up. So proper lighting, some white tile in the back, new refrigeration at a grab and go. We're really working through a sustainability platform, especially on our vessels. It's not just plastic going away, we're using recyclables, compostable, building the foundation to make sure that we are doing sustainability platforms at the convention center. And then we've added more equipment on the left-hand side for grills and for pizza and sandwiches. That really help us bring through larger crowds, but at the same time have great offerings and make this place a food and beverage experience. So when they leave, everybody's fulfilled. The partnership we've had over the last year or so has been tremendous. I gotta say, everything that we've done and moved collectively, whether it be Lions that just happened last weekend at the REC, the large sit downs, we did 7,500 plated. And then the month prior with Nagus, they came in, it's offsite catering, but working with Trent, logistics, and identifying the opportunities with Steve, who's running the event, has really showcased that. I love this team, and I think what we do together really supports each other. And I can't wait for getting these renderings come to life, and at the same time bringing you out and trying the food and enjoying the experiences.
Now I'm hungry. I didn't have enough for breakfast. Thank you so much. Great. The look is just, yeah, really, really nice. And I like obviously potential for more sales, for quicker sales, for flexibility. I like flexibility. You can move it according to who we have in our facilities. I think that's super important. Do I have any questions? Mr. Quack?
Andrew, thank you, that looks great. So have we moved away from cash?
We have cash at LEC right now on certain shows. So Mexican dances and things like that, or Latino dances. We know that there is a need for it, but other than that, we are cash that's another thing.
Or do we feel we're adequate on ATMs and that as well?
So we've got them in other venues within our portfolio. The return of that is less than 1% of people asking for it. And if there is someone that does not have any other.
Gotcha, okay. Okay, I was thinking it was cash. I'm sorry, I switched the other. Because I didn't have, I can't always figure that out. There's just cash only do it. I'm sorry.
No problem.
So, but not a need for the ATMs.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for presenting to us today. We can see where our capital investments are growing. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item E, executive update. Senior leadership team, Mr. Larragetta, I'm gonna let you open this.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mike Larragetta for the record. I'd like to open today's executive update by recognizing some of our staff here at the RCBA. And we had some employees that demonstrated outstanding character and resolve, taking action to assist a fellow team member in a dire moment of need. On Friday, August 11th, we had a medical emergency at the RSLEC, and 3 of our team members rescued their help, calling 911, performing life-saving procedures before first responders arrived. So Aaron Halls, Wes Dykes, and John Seaman, who are here today, are being presented with life-saving awards on behalf of Lino Tahoe and the RSCBA. Mr. Mike Mears, who is their supervisor, will be joining me in presenting these awards. And so please, I'd like to recognize them for their outstanding. I'd like to read what the flags say. In recognition of your selfless and greatest act of rendering aid in a sudden and unexpected situation which resulted in the preservation of life.
That's great.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Where's the speech?
I promised them I didn't have to.
Oh, no.
Exactly. But thank you for recognizing them. That is always so nice because it's so easy for people to turn a blind eye instead of running over for when people are screaming for help.
And I'm happy to say the employee is doing very well in the motor recovery.
Good.
All right, so jumping into the executive updates, today it's going to be myself and Courtney will give an update as it relates to the room tax refresh, and then we'll be turning it over to Christina, introducing BBK to do their presentation. So just a few housekeeping updates. So I'm happy to share with the board that we have moved forward with posting a position for the Director of Event Development. So this is a request that has come from several board members over the last, I'd say 12 to 18 months. So as you all know, the way we are currently structured at the RCBA is we have a special event team within marketing that really handles the fulfillment for requests for funding and support of events from very small to obviously very large. And that $500,000 budget is allocated. There is a very specific criteria as to what these events need to qualify in order to receive funding. And then Christina and Tasha and the committee do an outstanding job of going through and vetting that process and awarding funds based on meeting all that criteria. On the other side, on the sales firm, we obviously have a meetings and convention team, and we have a sports team, and they do an outstanding job of going out and soliciting and pursuing and contracting business, both in the corporate association, SMERF, and sports business. But the void that we have been missing, and ironically, this was a team that was established, it used to be at the RCBA years ago, and for whatever reason we went away from, was having an individual to truly go out and pursue and solicit and bring new events to our region. So the special events subcommittee actually created these criteria in terms of what the priorities are for this position. So the goal is for this individual, and the position was actually posted today, so great timing, is to go out and identify events that either exist in other cities, to either look at bringing those events to the region, stealing the idea, creating our own events. And really, it could focus on the arts and culture, the food and beverage, or the music side of the industry, but also sporting events, right? So anything that we can find that exists either on the West Coast, the Midwest, or the East, or Southeast, or wherever it may be, we really want somebody who is going out and selling and pursuing these opportunities for the region. So that we hope to have that position filled and on board by November 1st. Questions on the position? Yes, Mr. Clayton.
In the budget.
So what we did was, the position was the director of bowling. That individual submitted their resignation about a month ago. And so we as a group kind of reassessed that position and its need. And so this is a replenishment of that FTE. So it's not a new position. It's taking that position, modifying the job description, and creating this position to replace that. And we're very confident that Rhonda and the sports team and through marketing, we're doing an adequate job with the relationship with USBC and growing business moving forward. Any other question? Mr. Murdoch, you're
We've
like,
got
look at our
our-
lights.
Just a reminder, we've got lights, guys. I think everybody forgot about our fancy lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this person, it can, just for instance, the event you had last night and the haunted house coming downtown, I mean, that's pretty cool. The point is that person will be selling any kind of event that can go, including bowling tournaments or
Correct.
rodeo event, anything.
Yeah, correct. So there's no restriction on the type of events that this individual will pursue. And great point. Thank you. You reminded me, Mr. Murdoch, that in addition to pursuing new events, one of the other requirements and points within the job description is to solicit existing events or business or corporate or association or sports groups that are actually consuming in Reno, to reach out to them in advance and offer the opportunity for their attendees while they're here in Reno to do an event within our facilities. So an example would be Andrew mentioned that we just had a Lions group here this last week, right? Smurf group, very active. This individual, with the approval of the sales person that oversees that group, would reach out to Lions and basically offer the opportunity to do a bowling tournament while they're here. It could be pre, during, or after. So it's an opportunity to create additional activation within our facilities while the groups are actually consuming their stay in Reno.
One final question. Now, if we have 500 allocated for the normal events,
Correct.
what happens if this gets a request for some kind of support? Do you have a budget, or is it, you know what I mean? If it's a brand new event, your 500 seems like you allocated.
Right. So in the current budget, we do not have funds for this event fund due to the board's decision to reallocate monies towards the indoor track. The assumption is that as we identify events, the funding would be provided at the time the events would actually consume or right prior to the event, so they can get more, obviously, marketing support, et cetera. And our goal is if we continue to perform at the level of what we've seen for the first 60 days of the fiscal year, that we would hope for a budget augmentation that allow us to replenish the funds back into this event fund.
Thank you.
You got it. Absolutely. Any other questions?
No, but thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
This has been like 5 years and I've been asking.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And to that point, you know,
You're making it happen.
our goal is to work with the activation team that will obviously assist us in terms of permitting and street closures if we identify an event that works for everybody, whether that be in South Reno, downtown, Sparks, Midtown, wherever it may be.
And I just want to remind people that, and we've seen the data on this, that they might not stay downtown, people will stay in outside properties, but they want to come downtown to experience an event or something.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have that activation, then they're gonna sit in their hotel rooms or not come at all. And they want to have that experience. So I just want to remember that, because sometimes there's a tendency to think, oh, it's downtown. Well, yes, we have to activate downtown so everyone can thrive and survive. But thank you.
And Mr. Chapman?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this. It's a great position. And the two-pronged question, is this event going to be focused on filling events into owned properties that we have? And then the second part of that is, and I've mentioned this as well in the past, is how do we look at the event philosophy or event strategy and pull that up to Tahoe? Obviously, events in Tahoe are much different than events down in Reno. We don't have facilities up there per se, but definitely want to work with the team down here on how do we identify an event strategy that includes the type of jurisdiction like we have in Tahoe, because it's a different deal. So how we can connect something, is there an event that, you know, does connect the two, whatever that might look like, but I think there's some opportunity there.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you, Mr. Chapman, and great points. So a few things. One, the special events criteria already that we would use as our baseline. in terms of the events that we will pursue. Obviously, the focus is similar as we do on the group side, is to identify events that bring a demographic that is attractive to the region in terms of their discretionary spend and what's appealing to our stakeholders in both gaming and non-gaming. And obviously identify times a year where occupancy is either in our soft or shoulder season as it relates to events that could coexist with Lake Tahoe. I think that is, once we identify the individual, I think it would be a great opportunity to meet with representatives from the lake and try and find and identify events that work for the entire region. Okay,
Okay.
any other questions?
Seeing
I
none.
can't see the Zoom, so I'm not sure if we have.
Oh, yeah, I can't see the Zoom. John or Alexis, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, we don't have the screen.
It's okay.
Go ahead, John.
None so far from me.
Okay, thank you,
I
John.
just want to applaud the team. This sounds like a great plan and can't wait to see who we hire. They're going to be a dynamic person for the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Mr. Squaggin.
You may have touched on this. Where does this position report up to?
So it will report up to the VP of sales. And, you know, the goal is if we have the success that we think we will have, this may blossom into its own team, a 2 or 3 person FTE team. But we had to start somewhere. And obviously, this is, to the mayor's point, this has been an ask of this board, I think, for the 6.5 years I've been with the RCVA. Okay. Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, your light is still on. Sorry.
I turned it off and on.
Okay. I can't see around the water.
The interesting, I appreciate this.
Thank
With
you.
the special events, Mike, in our statement, I think in the initial statement of the RCVA's philosophy I think it really needs to be, we sell, convention facilities, we sell conventions, we sell bowling, we sell special events. I think it needs to be in that philosophy that says special events. Special events drive out of town room tax. Special events drive people to use facilities. So I think it really needs to be in the DNA, not just talked about and then we put a deal in, but it's not in our statement that we do special events. I think we really need to be known in Reno Tahoe for our special events, whether again, I don't care if it's in Sparks, I don't care if it's in Tahoe, I just want to know that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
great.
part of the DNA to bring business to this, so we can pay our room taxes and we can pay for things at the shelters and the roads and the sign and everything. It just, we need the room tax. So this really needs to be very important. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Moving forward.
Okay, Mike, so you're moving forward. Courtney has the
Yeah, so I'm gonna,
room tax. I got a text from Winners Partner that I apologize, I did not see right before the meeting started. They've got a hard stop at 11. So Courtney, how long is your presentation? And I think I need to move the Winners presentation ahead of BBK. I know you guys are here and waiting, if you would be so kind to let us move them ahead of BBK. Do you have?
Mine's probably at least 20 minutes, so you might want to move mine as well.
Okay. Well, and the Q&A for yours, because it's very complex. Do you mind if we do that? Okay. Yeah, then everyone will be able to ask all the questions they want to. I don't want to feel rushed on not being able to ask, especially room tax, which is such a big, very complex thing. I think having the time that we need to do that. So let's go ahead, and I apologize. I would have asked for a change in our agenda if I had seen this earlier. But we're going to go ahead and move item F2. And then we'll come back to the executive updates and the BDK.
Great.
So thank you all so much. Item F2 is discussion possible action to revise the position description of the RCVA president and CEO and approve the salary range and bonus structure for the president and CEO. Winter Partners is going to do the presentation. Just so you all know, the executive subcommittee did meet on Monday, and we vetted the old job description, which had been here for quite some time. I thought it was just from the last CEO, and it was not. It's something that, like Mr. Kennedy said, we just kept adding on to. So and we sent out the 2 job descriptions, the old one and what was cleaned up between Molly and working with our partners and the input the executive subcommittee gave on Monday to really just be more concise and plain and have a job description that really is not as verbose and really kind of hits the points that we were looking at. I'm gonna let Molly start this kind of why we did the executive subcommittee, not normally as an advisory capacity. So I'll let you Tina and our partners.
Okay, sure. Molly Rizak for the record, as the chair had indicated, the executive committee did review and have a discussion with Winter Partners. Well, let me set that. Winter Partners is a CEO search firm. As you know, since our last meeting, when they were appointed and their contract was approved, they entered into a discovery phase. They met with all the board members. They met with community stakeholders as well as with staff to develop and determine what all of those parties were looking for in an RSCBA CEO. And as a result, in their summary of those findings, they have come together and prepared a job description. They took that job description first to the committee to get some additional feedback from that committee, but it's obviously a very, very important subject. And we wanted to make sure the entire board had all of the ability to vet it. And so they are here to present on that CEO job description, as well as that salary range and bonus structure, to have the entire board have a full engaged discussion on it to make some of those decisions. And with that, I will turn it over to Tina Winter.
Morning, Tina.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Thank you, Molly, for teeing up the discussion that we're going to enter into. Tina Winter, Winter Partners for the record. I would like to thank all of you for hosting the Winter Partners team during our discovery visit 2 weeks ago, I believe. And congratulations on a banner week of positive announcements for Reno being named the happiest place in the nation, and the announcement from the Grand Sierra. Who wouldn't want to be in Reno? It's been a very exciting week, so kudos. It's good to have those news alerts. Dennis Tracy, our tourism partner, and I were on the ground for discovery sessions. We had great engagement from the board, stakeholders, and it made it a really action-packed several days with a recurring theme of talented individuals who are committed to the community and to the organization. We also had the opportunity to meet with your dedicated and respected team at RSCBA. We appreciated them coming into the sessions prepared with great feedback and candor. I think they appreciated being heard as we got their feedback on what the next CEO would look like. We feel like we're in a really good position to discuss the engines that power the RSCBA to prospective candidates, and the engine being the team, the board, and the stakeholders, who all are focused on propelling a well-run organization moving forward in a united fashion. Summing up the information that we received during our discovery sessions, we incorporated that with an existing job description, which you will find in addendum 2 to your agenda packet today. That summarizes some of those themes that we heard during the discovery sessions. We enhanced some things, removed some redundancies, and in an effort to not repeat mistakes of the past and make sure that we have a great plan moving forward that everyone can get behind. We're happy to present that revised job description and open to your feedback and comments.
Okay, so I'm looking at the job description. We have both the existing one and then in our binders, the first job description is the revised President and CEO job description. So in your first, under F2, those first, actually, you end up with just under 3 pages, broken down job responsibilities, physical demands, and job qualifications into different categories. Yes.
And just try to clarify, so the job description on the letterhead, the Reno Tahoe letterhead is the new proposed job description. The survey is looking at the same thing.
Okay. Open to comments, questions. Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know, maybe they can dive in a little bit better than I can with it. I would love to know when we look at the goals, the comparatives of what we had on there. Or what the previous, versus what we have come up with. And the reason I want to touch on this is I felt a lot of times that those goals were just part of the job. Some of them were like increases on like web traffic. Well, that seems just like part of your job or like.
Is this bonus? Are you talking bonus or job description?
Bonus.
Okay, can we start with job
Yeah.
description and then?
I'm just saying, I just want them to know that I'll address it.
Okay. Job description. Comments, if you, you can read through the first one, it is really lengthy and a lot of reading, and it was condensed.
I was gonna say, I appreciate the fact.
You were
Just taking
here on Monday.
4 pages to 2.5. I think you did a great job of streamlining a lot of the redundancies, and I think it's a lot cleaner. I appreciate your work on that, Tina and team.
Okay, Mr. Dick.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading, I'm a little confused, I keep reading over it. Okay, maybe my brain, but under physical demands, working conditions.
Yes,
Okay, let's up to 20 pounds occasional basis.
I'm gonna let our attorney who added all of this from a legal perspective, because Monday we didn't talk about this in this afternoon.
Maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, and then our attorney.
Sometimes, so, any job description should have all of the requirements, including any physical requirements. In working with the HR department through Dee Dee and Courtney, and looking at what actually somebody in any executive position really at the RCDA may end up doing with, yeah, and because, honestly, with this position, the person needs to have the ability to travel. And when they travel and they go to a lot of these events, a lot happens, and sometimes even though they are the face of the organization, they may be carrying a box in of items, yeah, exactly, to help market the agency. And as a result of that, there are physical demands on this type of job. Anytime, and really it goes to, from a legal perspective, you want to set forth what may be required as part of the essential functions of a position from an ADA standpoint. In the event that you ever have to, if you have somebody who needs a reasonable accommodation, we look at what we have to accommodate, what are the essential functions, and that job description and laying that out is what is really required. In the previous job description, we didn't have the requirement of travel. And travel can be difficult for people. And so, again, this board may find that the travel is obviously an essential function of this position. If you had a candidate or an employee in that position who suddenly, for whatever reason, could no longer travel, what kind of accommodation, and that would be a whole legal process and an interactive process you would handle with that employee. But we want to say now that that is a function of the position.
So on this 20 pound six, I've been through a lot of stuff.
Sure.
Let's, for the sake of argument, we have a candidate that's just fantastic. They're in a wheelchair. Okay, but they meet everything. This isn't a hardcore, this is just kind of a guideline, but we can, in theory, say, okay, I understand you might not be able to lift 20 pounds, but we can accommodate.
It says, because it says on an occasional basis, yeah, that would be a decision through the interactive process, but it's not an essential function, or if the board so desires, if you don't want to make that even one of the physical requirements, it's absolutely
Okay.
up to you that you take that out.
Okay, because I just kind of look at worst case scenario, so it's, what if we have a person that's just fantastic, but say, I'm sorry, I can lift 10 pounds.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's, and the whole point, anytime, and what the RCBA policies and everything do, is you engage in what we call the interactive process. You have those conversations both within applicants as well as an employee, to make those determinations. Since we're having that discussion now, and this is a key point for you, candidly, is that an essential function? While they would often, anybody who would be able in this position would help in these kind of situations, is that something we would require of this person? I'm hearing probably not. If that's the case, my recommendation would be, let's just take it out.
And then also, I didn't think it's very.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's my big concern. Everything else I agree with.
And our policies all state that any employee of the RCBA, we go through and have that ability from an applicant standpoint, all the way through their employment, that we follow the ADA.
Okay, great, thank you.
That's why we have her.
And that's perfect. That was one thing I'm like, wow, I've never seen that, so.
So if we want to take that out, if you know, any other changes too, if there is ever a motion, we would just make the motion to say, we approve it, taking out this or making whatever changes.
Perfect.
Thank you. Just from, you mentioned this, Madam Chair, just from the meeting on Monday, the old job description also included the top priorities at the end, which are not included right now, because that's really a goal conversation. Once we have the person in and having those conversations about the goals moving forward, I just want to make sure we're clarifying that, and if you hit on that earlier.
Yeah, no, we did. So yeah, that whole priorities in the old job description, we scrapped, not only they started with COVID, so that was time sensitive and was really more goals. So that top priorities will be something we determine when we put someone in the position. Didn't feel like it's a current job description that we just decide priorities without working with whoever we hire and deciding where we are at that time. So thank you. That was something we changed. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the cleanup. Ms. Winter, you took all of our direction. I'm just so impressed with the work you put together on that. I was just wanting to point out for the board for discussion that most of the cleanup was just cleanup. There was one substantial change that I just want to point out and make sure the board is okay with. We added bachelor's degree required, MBA, graduate degree, or industry designations such as CDME strongly preferred. And that was a discussion, but I don't know if we landed on that as an executive committee. So I just want to make sure the board feels comfortable with that requirement, because we've never had in the past job description a bachelor's degree required. So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out for the board as a substantial change, whereas the rest I felt like was just merely cleanup.
Any discussion to that point?
I think the and or, correct? Somebody.
I think it's stating the degree.
Or, yes, or, so you kind of have it all in there, or.
There's a colon, so I think it says bachelor's. The way I would read it, and if it's not the intent of the board, then we should clarify. It's currently saying bachelor's degree required, so that is based upon the recommendation. I think Ms. Winter may speak to this a little more, that she felt that was her recommendation for a bachelor's degree required. Then the second part of that is MBA, graduate degree, or industry designation such as a CDME strongly preferred. So the first baseline is there would be a bachelor's degree. And then the second part of that is further education or certification would be at a preferred candidate. That is what it is currently.
So if folks don't want that, then we would need to kind of change the language, because we have that 10 years of experience. And we could say bachelor's degree or equivalent experience required, as listed above. I just wanted to make sure that the board saw that was what I saw as the major change, and that folks felt comfortable with that, or we can kind of change the language if folks do not.
Okay, and Tina, do you want to explain what you're in all the searches you're doing, what you're seeing in CEO searches? I think you've had some thoughts, whether you or Stephen did, on a bachelor's degree, yes or no?
We do see this as the standard language found in CEO job descriptions. It's usually not and or with the education and experience. We did also make a change with the experience that we were looking for. And I apologize because there were a couple of different job descriptions that we looked at related to this particular job. And one of them did have a requirement as previous CEO experience, and we did open that up to previous leadership experience within similar organization to add some bandwidth within that requirement. But I think to the points made here, if the bachelor's degree is something that you are not beholden to, then we should remove it. But it's been our experience, CEO level, it has been required.
And that really was kind of a trade-off we talked about on the CEO required, that I think the subcommittee was maybe not CEO, but the 10 years of experience coming in with leadership experience was important. And maybe they were the number 2, or maybe they were another leadership equivalent that we didn't want to keep the actual CEO requirement as someone putting in for our position. So we took that out in lieu of leadership, and then the bachelor's was required. And we, to Ms. Hill's point, we didn't have any educational requirements before. So, and she said, you know, what Tina's telling us, pretty much industry standard for all industries. If you're looking at a CEO, usually a bachelor's degree would be would be required, and that's why that is there. So
I agree wholeheartedly.
okay. Okay. Any other thoughts? Were there other things or other parts of the job description that people and I guess I don't know, do we need to come back with the 20-pound thing?
If I look at the city job, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, none of them had a degree. Would you hire them?
But they were entrepreneurs that started, I'm just throwing this out there.
Right.
They were entrepreneurs who started their own company in a day and age that you didn't need it. My opinion on this one is this is a high-level CEO executive position. And the experience is important, but also the bachelor's degree, because a degree shows you have the ability to stick with the course and finish it. Now, there's tons of, leaders out there that don't have college degrees. Just because you have a college degree doesn't mean you're going to be instant success. Okay,
That's true. It's got desire.
exactly. That is a very good point. It's just, in my opinion, I'd like to see that curriculum in there, but ultimately it'll be up to the board.
And now more than ever, we're pushing people into trades and things like that.
That's true.
So I just always come from the desire mindset. You can have every, diploma on the wall, and if you're not motivated.
It's paper only.
So I just think we're living in a totally different time in how we look at, how we foster talent. So, and I don't know, maybe you cut some out. I know some really talented people like at Edon and things like that are massive entrepreneurs that just sold companies for $200 million and they don't have any of that. So, I just think we live it broad.
Other thoughts, Mr. Avatar?
Madam Chair, I think in any organization, there's a role for everyone, right? And I think educational experience is a tremendous predictor of collaboration, teamwork, group work. There's so many aspects that come into individuals that go through that process. So I think as a baseline for the CEO role, I personally want to see education experience as a requirement. But to the mayor's point, I understand that in every group, there's highly intellectual, highly passionate individuals that develop and create and do amazing things without that more pragmatic education backgrounds. For the job description, my bet is to keep, I would prefer that for the CEO position. I feel like in their role, what I'm reading here is very programmatic, it's very pragmatic in the work that we're expecting them to do with this immense community and all the great things happening.
Some people
But I
also
hesitate.
can't afford to go to college either. There are a lot of kids getting out of college now. You know, I just think that you maybe close the door and look at someone, I mean, again, it's about like desire, I think. I get what you're saying. I think education is absolutely important, but I also think that there are a lot of talented people out there, some that I named, that I'm sure we would allow them to run this organization in a hot minute.
Is there a way to frame it where, high school, or excuse me, bachelor's of arts or science preferred, highly preferred?
that would be
perhaps
great.
Highly preferred, maybe, I mean,
Yeah.
because we're guiding them in selecting folks that we're not gonna see. And, but
And
feel
I
like
bet you
she-
don't get candidates that don't have that. I bet you don't, because it's typically required like everywhere you go. But I think now more and more, we're talking about entrepreneurship, we're talking about innovation. I mean, there's a lot of people not going to school because of AI. Right? Like, look at all these tech entrepreneurs. Most of them are like, I'm not going to college. I can code myself. I can do this. Now with AI, people are doing it. So I just think we have to look at how we recruit differently, because it's changing. The landscape is changing. I have friends that are now like social media influencers. And my girlfriend's making over $1 million a year. She like said, I'm not going to college, and she's a massive influencer with women. She has over 1.1 million followers on Instagram. So I'm just saying, like, I think we're just looking at it differently now, but you guys decide. I mean, this is a board decision.
And then to your point, Mr. Edelstein, I think, I agree with you in really the value of that, that education. And I also agree with you, Mayor, on things that are moving and changing. I think kind of who we're looking at right now is not going to be a 20 or 30-year-old. If we're looking for a CEO, it's going to be someone that is older and either has 10 years of work experience, leadership positions, and probably does have that bachelor's. I do like maybe looking at bachelor's degree highly preferred, maybe not, steadfast, but preference if you had candidates. If we did highly preferred, it would lock people out. And you're right, we might just, everybody who applies might have a bachelor's degree would be a moot point. So I like the highly preferred. I think there is definitely value for who we're looking for at this time. Mr. Jay, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think this is really good that the board's discussing like this, because we can turn every stone, look at every stone. And, it comes back and say, oh, it's Robert, we looked at everything. What is industry standards? And what about, just kind of again, thinking outside the box. Say we have a person served 20 years in the military running logistics or something, doesn't have a college degree, but they have extreme experience in that. So it's kind of opened my mind a little bit. And that's what your whole idea behind discussion is.
Okay.
So I think that we kind of highly recommended, prefer, whatever we worded. Ideally, but if we have somebody that comes in that just says, God, look what this person has done, but doesn't have a college degree, it would behoove us to say that might be the best candidate. So I'm good with the recommended, however we word it, but it doesn't have to be a meeting.
Okay, Tina, how would you, if we went that direction, what would be your recommendation on a bachelor's degree? Is it highly preferred, highly recommended? How would you include that in the job description?
I think the highly preferred language will work well in this situation.
Okay, is everyone good with that, Mr. Murdoch?
I know a lot of people that, again, I gotta agree that have never gone to college and are very successful. I think we're really limiting it. I like the word, not highly, I like the word less than that. Because you want to look at everybody. You might have a diamond in the rough, you never know. And so you could say preferred, highly preferred. Why not just preferred?
That's true.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like, this you know, I can point a finger at. a lot of them.
And I highly doubt to get someone looking at this position that doesn't have one, but I do think, you know, I mean, like, I'm out there, you know, talking to so many different, whether it's entrepreneurs or trades and people in technology, like, it's changing the way that we recruit people today. And so.
You have to change or you don't get to recruit anybody. You can't, the requirements have changed.
Okay, we have in the second half of the statement right now shows, the bachelor's degree, as Molly pointed out, was separate, and then the other advanced degrees or the CDME strongly preferred. So we've got a strongly preferred for the advanced degrees of certification. Do we put bachelor's degree as part of? I'm looking at Molly, legal, how would you?
I don't know that it's a true legal point, but maybe we say, based upon what the board has said, bachelor's degree preferred, period. And they say MBA, graduate degree, or industry designation such as CDME is a plus, or is desired, or is desired.
I don't, I was trying,
Please.
and I'm totally no. There you go.
You're good.
I'm in agreement. I don't think having a mandatory is needed. I don't know, say strongly or nothing. I mean, look, I think at the end of the day, what it's saying is we're open. If it's an outstanding candidate, to your point, I thought military as well, it might come without, I'm totally good with it. I still don't think it hurts. If it helps from a job qualification side to say strongly preferred in these additional higher ed beyond that is what is it, value or?
This is strongly preferred here, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting into this.
Yeah, we're getting into it.
I think the bottom line is saying we're not saying it's mandatory to be considered.
Exactly. Okay, and are we good with what Tina, you're hearing what we're saying, that you'll be able to wordsmith that, and Mr. East? I didn't get your input, I'm sorry. Would you like to
I
add?
agree. Yeah, I think I agree with the majority that I like preferred rather than required. And that's typical in all of our job descriptions on the private side, you know, in the private side too, is that we put a number of years of experience in there. So we say bachelor degree preferred, or 10 years of industry experience in, you know, accelerated positions or whatever.
Okay. So are we good? Are we good on that? Was there anything else in the description? Mr. Abasar?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so what I wanted to talk to was, when I spoke, I know in the prior job description, there was the top priorities, and I think Mr. Chapman talked about sort of the COVID recovery plan and that dynamic. And I'm not, so when I expressed, I didn't think that necessarily needed to be in there moving forward, and they cited this. But I did think that the individual should have some sort of crisis response experience, crisis mitigation. I mean, we had something happening. We housed people at our convention center. Like, this organization is involved in sort of that regional crisis response, not just from a COVID, and who knows what's going to happen. And someone that has that experience that can pivot and move to help business and industry stay afloat, what we want, make our casinos happen. And I don't see anything in our job description that gets to that.
I think you that's a great point, because we've had, whether it's fires, we put people in there, or we've had
Pandemic, fires,
I mean, it's just been
snow.
quite a
We
bit,
opened
I
in
think.
the snow, weather.
In the middle of, and I would agree with you, because the CEO of this organization and our facilities, we've been called on numerous times. I've only been here 3 years, and we've answered the calls for fire, for this storm, for flooding, for the storms coming in and knocking out power, for smoke up Tahoe. So really that emergency response. I kind of see, and Molly, tell me if I'm wrong, maybe under jobs, duties and responsibilities more so than that would be a responsibility.
Yeah.
That they would oversee more so than a job qualification? Or are you saying that
Yeah,
if they come in having done some of that?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
If it, on the second page, on the fourth bullet point, it says collaborates effectively with regional leaders to influence outcomes to advance the region. We could add also a statement, because all of those things in housing, people through the pandemic, all of those things that the RCBA did was in collaboration with the other local leadership to find a need and help the need. So maybe adding collaboration through crisis or some other type of collaboration, emergency efforts.
Perhaps it's community response, because that's a little bit broader swath than emergency response. If we just talk about collaboration and community response.
Mhm.
And I like all that, so I think all those make sense. My gut was maybe in the qualifications piece, just simply because when we evaluate some of our candidates, I mean, to think that we're not gonna have another crisis in this region, I think is foolish. So we need to, like, if we explicitly put it in the qualifications, I was looking at that, perhaps the, maybe the third bullet point, proven track record of successfully managing, nurturing complex partnerships to achieve mutual beneficial goals, outcomes, and then possibly add language that you've all discussed as well, Molly, and similar to the bullet you were mentioning in responsibilities, but I just think it would be a value if somebody had past history in having to navigate through crisis.
It would necessarily be a requirement, but it would be a bonus. It would be something just like a degree or CDME would be one more bonus point that they walk into. It would help weigh their application because it gave them one more qualification that could be important to the CEO's
crisis
position.
planning or training in some capacity. I think that is really important, especially if something happens in our facilities, that you actually act and you have a plan in place and you implement that. And you don't rely on others to sort of figure it out. I think that's excellent. Great feedback there.
So can you help us, Molly, with wording? Are we looking at crisis or either one of you?
Yeah, so
Ben
Ben and I, we would also, allow Tina as the industry expert as well to maybe weigh in if she has any ideas as well. Maybe proven track record of successfully managing and nurturing complex partnerships to achieve mutually beneficial goals and outcomes, and collaboration with leadership and community response to crisis.
Sounds good to me. I
Like it.
mean, this is important, but I like it all, yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, because you don't need to get overly specific, but it's giving the message of what we're looking for, which could include a lot of different things. But does that encapsulate, Mr. Alisar, what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. J.
One more stone turnover, and we've seen this with other governmental quasi agencies out here in northern Nevada. Should some kind of residency be required, discussed? Should the person locate here all the time? Should they have?
That's a good question. Because we've seen it in other positions where they say they're here, but they're not here.
You know.
I know what you're going.
Yeah, so should we say, you need to establish
Not
residency?
here, but you.
Yeah, no,
I'm looking at legal right here.
can we have some kind of, because person who maybe has their family and commutes every weekend back home to somewhere out of this area,
They're not really in this area.
they're not, so how committed? And I'm gonna use an example here. At the airport, when we were interviewing Darren, he brought his entire family here before he even knew he was getting the job. He brought his whole family here to see what they thought of it. They loved it, and immediately upon getting the job, started moving his family here right away. But we've had other situations in this community where we haven't seen that. Is this something we should look at? Is it required? I don't know. Can we legally do it? just kind of a
On
discussion.
a residency required, I'm gonna have to do the lawyer thing and say, I'm going to have to let you know. I mean, that is actually not a point that I have looked at specifically. In that I don't foresee a problem with having within a certain time frame. Let's be reasonable. If you are moving a family, there are school years.
Right.
They might be,
I
it may
get
be
that.
something that we negotiate.
Let's,
Something that you talk about, it, maybe a preference, in placing it in the actual job description. And residency within the overall area, right?
Mhm, correct.
Because if somebody wanted to live, maybe farther away, like in Tahoe or, but still the area that you're marking.
Catchment area. But let's
Yeah.
just paint a picture here. Got a person that doesn't live here, their home is in Southern California, but they commute here. We have a crisis situation that comes up, that person's not here. They can't get here because the airport shut down, things like that. How effective can that person be off-site in theory? And wouldn't we want, in theory, I'm saying all this stuff in theory, wouldn't we want to have that person on site here in a crisis management situation? Kind of to your point.
Mr. Squaga.
Just real briefly, I think, could we add a strongly preferred to that? Because I do think, I mean, could there be an exception? There could. I find it highly unlikely that we want somebody in this position that doesn't live here.
So, and I want to be clear, this is also the packet that will go out to who, the candidates. So it's a job qualification when they actually start the position that they would live here. Obviously, you want to be able to have a search that is national for people potentially that are not in this area. That would be perfectly interested, for example, at the airport, he was perfectly happy moving his entire family here. And so we could put residency requirements, or a residency requirement.
Subject to discussion.
In a way,
At the time that they.
Well, you would, but
Yeah.
10 years ago, I remember Andy Worth brought us a candidate that his wife did not want to move here. And so there was a lot of discussion about that, and he wasn't really committed at the time,
And
right?
you didn't get the position.
Well, that was a whole other
Okay.
scenario.
But, I mean,
So my recommendation as we sit here today is if that is what the intent of the board is to put the residency requirement strongly preferred in negotiations through, after I've had a chance to look at it to make sure that there are no issues. Any candidates you interview and talk to, et cetera, as well as any negotiated contract can also address that.
I just would like to see
I
something
have-
in writing, so when the
At the
person.
school district.
Hi, Commissioner.
At the school district. I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Hill,
Yeah.
can I hear from you, please? Sorry, I just saw your hand.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. J, and I think, we're paying this person tax dollars. They should be spending the tax dollars we're paying them in our county. So if we can figure out a way to say Washoe County, relocation required, I think that should do it.
Tina, can I get your team's response as you do CEO searches? Do you have these requirements, or how do you word them? Or is it negotiated? Tell me how you guys.
I just wanted to weigh in because we do have this in one of our current CEO positions. And it says, again, I'll defer to the legal piece from the state of Nevada, but the part that I wanted to share is on the job description, we put the residency requirement for in this case, parish, because it's in Louisiana, it's not a county, but residency within the parish within 30 days of starting with the organization.
Okay, so it's one job requirement that you are listing on another CEO application. Okay. And what is the rest of the group? How are you guys feeling? Residency or?
I'm okay with that. I think the 30 days might be a little.
30 might be tough with our housing.
Got a senior in high school that's
Yeah.
trying to finish their last 3 months or whatever.
Or I think that's subject to negotiation. It's 90 days. We could be good with it. I agree.
Well, and do we put a timeline on it, Molly?
I
We
would
don't
just
put
put
a
relocation.
Relocation required, and then that would be subject
I
to
think residents required.
Residency.
Relocation.
relocation,
Yeah.
residency. Okay, and that would be in the area, not necessarily, does it have to be
Catchment area.
Washoe County? I mean, it could be Carson City, could be,
And I think you say ability to relocate to the area or current residency, because if, as you're looking at job qualifications, somebody who is applying for the job may be perfectly able and willing to relocate.
Yes, sure.
And we want to make sure that we are able to capture those.
okay. Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not hearing any more conversation on, Mr. Abelsar, on job descriptions, so we can tie this up and
Yeah,
move to bonus and
I
salary.
know we
real
have more
quick.
things to get to. I apologize.
But that's okay.
I did want to go back to the education piece because I reread that first paragraph. I think it's such a powerful paragraph about, we are really setting up our candidate with this design of 10 years multifunctional results driven. I mean, I really think they did a phenomenal job drafting that first paragraph. That I know I made a statement about our education, preferred. I just, my worry now is here we're setting up this applicant pool and we're making sort of an ambiguous comment about bachelor's degree being preferred, which could, not have anything to do with this, I think, powerful statement. So I wanted to just go back and maybe Molly, is there a simpler way just to say bachelor's education, or experience are preferred, or bachelor's level type of experience, something, because I know that when I do my job applications, I put something like that in there. You have a bachelor's or relevant experience, something like that.
So as it's drafted here, and I think it depends upon what the intent of the board is, I think that, and based upon feedback, I think Winter Partners and Ms. Winter may be able to address this as well, found that the actual experience was that primary force. And so I don't know that I would suggest making a bachelor's or experience, because that may open it to people that you're not necessarily feeling would be an appropriate candidate. I think that the experience is your primary force of what you're looking for. And then whether or not you have a bachelor's degree preferred, it might give a candidate that step up. Or, if it's not something that the board feels is required, you're not obligated to have, we didn't in the previous job description have an educational requirement. It's up to the board.
Why can't you just put you have to be thoroughly awesome?
Well, we have that, like, we have a bullet sort of like that at the end. I mean, there's some good bullets in here. I guess I'm reading this, and like, there's so much subjective things that we're pushing on them and some specifics. And now that I'm rereading it all, I just think that, bachelor's degree preferred. I mean, why even do that if we have such an impressive first bullet?
It gives them just another step. If you've got several candidates and a couple that are doing this, and if they have the bachelor's degree or a higher degree with a CDME is other bonus points as you're trying to evaluate a candidate, I think it just adds whatever points you are putting towards what that candidate's bringing to the table. And they could, on this qualifications and everything else we're asking, every candidate's gonna come in with probably some here, some there, and then point wise overall, how does one outweigh another, maybe, or it just adds to.
That's how each one of these bullets generally are taken into account. Their points that winners is gonna assign.
Mhm. Okay, so are we good on the job description? Do we need to?
Yeah,
Do
so
we need to move to do this separately, or is it one motion for the whole?
I think it's probably easier to do it separately, so I think what I would like is to have Ms. Rezac just sort of highlight the changes that she's going to make, and then have a motion to approve the job description incorporating those changes.
Okay. Ms. Rezac.
Okay, so the proposed changes that I heard were to remove the requirement of lift up to 20 pounds on occasional basis. Number one. Number two, change the second bullet point under job qualifications to read bachelor's degree preferred, period, MBA, graduate degree, or industry designation such as CDME is desired, period. Then the third bullet point under job qualifications, proven track record of successfully managing and nurturing complex relationships to achieve mutually beneficial goals or outcomes, comma, and collaboration with other leadership and community response to crisis. Period. And then as a final bullet point under job qualifications, relocation or current residency in Washoe County required.
Yeah.
Are we gonna make it Washoe County or in the region?
In region.
What if they're down in
I would
Minden?
start with region.
Fair enough.
What if they're in Minden or in Allen?
Exactly.
You're not in Washoe County, but you'd be working here and you're within proximity to.
Do we have any catchment area?
Well, I go back to member Hill's comment that we're paying out a room tax out of Washoe County. Do we require to get in Washington, spend your money in Washington? I don't know.
Does it close things at all? Because we do have,
Start broader and then bring it down, so.
yeah.
I like Washoe County.
I kind of.
Does that limit?
Washoe
does
County,
that-
you could be up on the Idaho border.
does
That's
that
true.
limit us?
Washoe County's a pretty big
I think
county.
we're really getting into
Does it-
these.
That's why I think region makes more sense. This is a region.
It's just-
Jurisdictional region.
Relocation or current residency in region required.
Okay. Okay, do I have a motion with the changes that Ms. Resac just presented? Do I have a motion?
Quick question.
Mhm.
Molly, in the third bullet, you read proven track record of successfully managing and nurturing complex relationships. Then it's
Complex partnership,
partnership, okay.
if I misread it, it's exactly the same as it says.
Okay.
Adding, comma, and collaboration with leadership and community response to crisis.
Madam Chair, I'm comfortable, move to approve
Okay.
the amended changes and we have to approve the job description as well. Amended changes to the job description.
Job description.
Job description as revised.
And
As
job
revised.
description as
Okay.
revised.
So I have a motion to approve the job description as revised. Mr. Avasar, Mr. Chapman, second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, please vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving to, Tina, I'll let you go into the, bonus. Where do we have seated materials for that? Oh, okay, there's not materials in your binder, so Tina, I'll let you go ahead and, salary range and bonus, or is Dennis presenting this?
I'm happy to present with Dennis's support. We did put together research from comparable organizations across the United States in terms of size of budgets, reviewing not only base salaries of the leaders in those organizations, but also the bonus opportunities as well. In just our original research before we went to dive into the different entities with a particular focus on organizations that had a public sector or quasi-governmental agency structure, we felt like the bonus was a little bit out of line with what we knew to be industry averages, and our research did indicate that our hypothesis was correct. Dennis, do you have some statistics on what we found with regard to the bonus?
Yes, I do. Basically, we found that for a CEO in the upper ranges of budget, the bonus percentage of salary is typically, what do we say, in the 8 to 12 range, 8% to 12 range, 8% to 12%. And I think that we talked about within some organizations, it was extremely high. So we kind of threw them out and felt that the bonus should come in for Reno in the 10 to 15 range.
And just for the record, we also did not include some organizations that would have thrown off the averages like Las Vegas and New York.
Right.
Okay, how about salary range?
Right, so based on our findings and discussion with board members and the executive committee, our recommended salary range would be 300 to 350. And also I will caveat and it has been mentioned a little bit today, the bonus would be tied to specific goals for the CEO, not overall goals for the organization.
That means they're gonna pay probably about 450, everything.
Okay, so the subcommittee, as we talked about this, and we went through a lot of, numbers with the bonuses, their recommendation they found was 10 to 15%. I think it's important too, we make sure that we're within range of what we're giving bonuses. We have bonuses for everyone. It didn't used to be that way, but bonuses go from our senior team vice presidents all the way through the organization. So down to our frontline employees, Mr. Lurgetta.
Right.
Receive like 5% potential.
3%.
3%, so it starts at 3% and goes up to 15% for our vice presidents. But you have a stretch goal for sales. So there was conversation, Mr. Squaga, you brought it up on, what the CEO bonus should be. If we're looking at 10 to 15%, or are we looking at matching our top senior team that's making, that can earn potential again, you've got to earn a 15% bonus. Would the CEO be also at that 15%? Would it be higher? I mean, that's up to the board's discretion today. Mr. Squaga, you talked about maybe like almost a stretch goal for another 5% for the CEO. And we'd have to set all that. To your point, Mayor Sheedy, we want to really relook at what those goals are, and that the goals for the CEO are separate for the CEO, indicative of what the organization's doing and what your goals all are. But some of it is just his or her job. Some of it is we have the opportunity with the new, with the new CEO to do what we did last time. And a lot of us that were part of that process would probably do it differently. Is how we set up those goals. We spent a lot of time on them. And I think a lot of us in the end were not, I don't think I would do the same way we laid those goals out last time. Just the process itself and priorities, I think we can rethink and restart on how we determine what those goals are, but the actual number today is what we'd be deciding on. Mr. Squaga, did you want to speak at all to bonus, what your thoughts were on the 15% with, do we just stick, would that be maximum range? Are you looking 10 to 15 or 5% stretch, or what are your thoughts?
Do I have to go first because it's a Squaga? Starts with me. I always got hit on all the paperwork.
Well,
You're
still scarred. You were at first. Yeah, technically, yes, he would be in front of you.
And I know for the sake of saving time, because this is an area where I just think, there probably is not one right answer to where we land on this. I personally think we've got something structurally wrong, with past emphasis on such, large bonuses with kind of almost an a la carte list of hitting, okay, got that, I get it. I don't think that's really how it should be devised. I also think it is a very well compensated position. I think it should be a very well compensated position because this is the main engine of the state. So I don't, and I don't like hearing, well, it's the top 5 in the state, and it's not. I think we need to kind of clarify that. It is there, but it is an attractive salary. I don't like putting so much emphasis on the bonus because I just, for the reasons stated, I think you're kind of almost setting up bad behavior, trying to, you know, check the box. And I do think it was, to the mayor's point, you're the CEO of an organization like this. It's a given, right? You're gonna oversee the engine going. I originally come out saying, I think something like, I'm more comfortable with like the 10% range. Maybe it's 10% tied to agreed upon metrics with a 5% discretion. If the board wants to say, look, this person's really above and beyond. But that's kind of where my comfort zone. And again, I'm not saying it can edge up, it can edge down. The one thing I was going to ask winners, and we can get this, but you know, when you look at this overall package, you've got a very attractive salary. You've got the discussion of COLA adjustments. You've got the point of merit adjustments, and you also have PERS, which not all these positions have. I think you have to be realistic, is that these are big numbers. And you know, the only point, Chairwoman, that I don't know if I would not let this decision on the bonus get directed. What's currently in place is what's currently in place. And again, I'm not looking at takeaways, but what I'm saying is going forward, whoever comes in this position may look at bonuses all the way down or COLAs all the way down or merits that, hey, that doesn't work financially for the organization. In fact, I look at some of these models where your frontline worker that's coming in at an entry level, by all means, we need to be looking at finding COLA adjustments, okay? But if you're someone making 6 figures, I'm not as worried about the COLA adjustment. Now, it might be tied to merit. So I think whoever is in this position is going to have our backing to say, come with your recommendation. If you want me to throw out the full package number in my head, and we can just for sake, I would make, taking in what winners have said, I'd say 290 to 330, 10% bonus, 5% additional if the board is happy with it, and go out with that as to the market. And again, that doesn't mean it doesn't get negotiated. And just like when we have a top number, it doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily pay that, but you're just like the bottom number, doesn't mean you're going to start there either. But for a range, I go 290, 330, 10% bonus tied to goal agreed upon metrics, 5% discretion. Anyway, do you regret asking me my opinion?
No.
Is that a motion?
No, my attorney is raising her.
Oh, no, I was just saying, you know, with the bonus, it could be 100% discretionary. If you want to state, oh, we might consider a 5% discretionary. But there is, like, if somebody just hits it out of the park, the board is always in a place that they could give a discretionary bonus. There's nothing limiting you from doing that. It's about really setting expectations for the person who will take the job as well. And so managing those expectations, if you put a 10% metric, 5% discretionary, or is it 10% all discretionary, and you know, there's always potential for more. There's a lot of ways that it could be structured, but it really is about managing the expectations of the person who's going to be sitting in that seat moving forward, and the expectations of the board for that position.
Okay, and I think to your point, Stephen, as we talk about this, the actual process of bonus is going to be for further discussion. All of this is going to be negotiated. So this is so winners can go to the street and give some numbers. And the other day when they were talking to us, Dennis basically said 325 was what the salary, but the range of 300 to 350 kind of keeps a broader window for them. Not that we're going to pay 350, but it keeps the window a little bit further open than just saying 325, that's it. Give us that range and we work within it, and it'll be negotiated. You know, so that is a negotiation point. How we get to the bonus will be, and it will be with this board on what we approve on how the bonus is reached. So those are all points later. Today, we're really looking at what do we want the range, and what are we looking at possible bonus that Tina can put in the recruiting information of what we're looking at to draw people to this position. Mr. J, and then there should be.
I like the window, 300 to 350, kind of gives us flexibility. I don't want to pigeonhole us. I like the 10% with the 5%, maybe thinking outside the box at 5%, maybe set it up as a 5-year clip. Put some golden handcuffs to keep that person here longer. You know, make some incentive for them to stay,
PERS.
or, you know. I
They're
mean, that's-
vested in PERS, and I think that's an important point. I don't know if we've ever made when we recruit, that they don't know about PERS and what we have to pay into PERS, and you're vested in 5 years. Right, so 5 years, that's something to market also.
I
If people
market that,
understand,
yes.
hey, if you're here 5 years, here's another,
Here's another.
Yeah.
example.
it's pretty
I think we
substantial.
need to put all those in there, because PERS is
Okay.
huge.
Yeah.
And then just say, we'll get discretionary 5 years lifted. You leave early, okay, you're gonna lose out on that,
Okay,
just a thought.
okay, Mayor Shiggy?
Yeah, I think Stephen is actually, I think you're spot on. 100%. Because honestly, like what I've seen with every CEO, what we have done, I mean, we have done it every single time. Is that we pay really, really high, and then we also have this, like what I brought up with the goal. Is that this is just like part of your job description. If I read through some of this, it's really unbelievable, to be honest. I actually think you need to have someone who wants to hustle, motivate. You can measure a lot of that by room nights that are booked, the conventions that we book. I want to see that. I want to see something super aggressive. I think salaries should be lower, between 250 and 285, and then you give them a very aggressive bonus, but on a very aggressive goal, like extremely aggressive. I think this job pays very, very well, and with the benefits of what you just talked about. Not to mention you travel a lot, you work with an incredible team. There's a lot in this job that is very, very attractive. So I just think if we want to have a different outcome, we have to have a different process. I mean, I don't know, who thinks that $250,000 isn't a lot of money? Do you think it's a lot of money? I think it's a lot of money.
It is a lot. Of course, I think we've got to take into consideration what our VPs are making.
No, I don't think you do.
Because, I mean, as we're looking at a CEO position, bringing someone in who might be making less.
You can't look at it like that, because sales, I hope you guys are making more than the CEO. I mean, there's a lot of people in sales that that's how the design structure is, so that you're out there hustling. So I don't believe that you measure it against that. I just don't. I think you go out there and you find something or someone that wants to be extremely aggressive. We've needed aggressive. We don't need someone that wants to just take the job because we wave a massive carrot and doesn't care about the community and the outcome. So I just think I mean, if you really want someone that's super dedicated to what the mission is, I think you have to find someone that's here for, you know, what, like I said, what the benefits of this job. There's a lot of benefits of this job.
And there was 2 trains of thought, and we did this previously, so we looked at, you got 2 ways you can do it. You do a higher salary and a lower bonus, or you do the reverse. You do the lower salary, which I think previous years with CEOs, as I look back, some of our other CEOs who were lower salary and offered a bigger bonus. And I know there's 2 trains of thought. The lower salary drives them more for that bonus than the reverse, or I think, and I don't know that, and maybe Tina, do you see more as you do recruiting for CEOs? Do you see more, which do you see more often? Higher bonus or higher salary?
In terms of, I'm sorry.
Versus either offering a higher salary and a lower bonus, or coming in with a lower salary with a higher bonus, putting that carrot out there for them to work harder. Do you see more often a lower salary with a bigger bonus potential? Like the 30 or 40?
We have seen lower salaries with a higher incentive bonus. But there is a little bit of disparity with your team making more than you. Optically, I think that would be a hard sell.
Okay, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. So I think I kind of landed between Mayor Sheeby and Mr. Esquaga a little bit. I like the range of 280 to 320, which is what I discussed on Monday as well. But then on the bonus side, the incentive piece going up to 15%, but making part of that discretionary. I know we can do that regardless, but I do believe part of the incentive bonus does need to be tied to specific measurable, actionable goals. And you could do like a 10% and then there's an extra bump if things have been, going really well. So, a little bit lower on the range, maybe a little higher than Stephen on the bonus, kind of where I would have.
Okay, Mr. Abelstar.
I mean, I said this to winners, I feel like those that have been on this board and have seen some of the turnover. I just would want to listen to the history and leadership that you all have experienced, because we've had turnover, and if there is a metric that you feel that can drive for longitudinal success here, that orients the individual towards being in this community and finding success, I'm comfortable with that. So, I'm not going to provide any clarity, because I like what Stephen said, what the mayor said. Mr. Chapman said, I think everyone has made great points. I think at the end of the day, again, it's the individual. So if we have we have bookends that give us some good guiding negotiation properties, then we can find the right person. But if someone is coming here because that figure is so high and that's what's driving them, and they use it as the launching pad to the next salary figure, the next city that's bigger, perhaps that's not a good motivating factor.
Okay, Mr. Murrow.
Thank you. I'm sure. I agree with what Andy said. I like the 280 to whatever, 300, whatever it was in that. I think the bonus thing, it should be maybe a 10% with, if the board discretion of a 5% kicker would be something that I like. That's just my personal thoughts.
Okay, I have Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. I'm open to the lower salary range. However, I guess I'm just a little concerned that we'll get someone and then they think this is all I can make, and then they'll leave us. So I don't know if that ever happens, but I know when I've been in government positions, knowing the salary range and that I could, move up within the salary and not have to leave has been helpful for me staying in those jobs. So that would be my only point, my only counterpoint, but I'm open to what the board wants on this. I just want the best candidate.
Okay. Mr. East, are you still on?
I am still on, but why don't we hear from Dennis first? He's had his hand up, I think, and then I'll comment afterwards.
Thank you. I didn't see it. I appreciate that.
I was just going to mention that of the research that I did, the ranges, the salary, the budget, the potential salary range for the bonus went from 0 to 25%, with the average being 11. So just something to consider.
Okay, and Dennis, your average that you came up with for our budget was 325. We were just looking at a window. But
Yeah.
320 was the number that you came up with as a recommended salary. If it was just the salary itself, but then we wanted to open a range. So, okay, Mr. East,
Yeah, so
yes, clarify
0 to 25.
0 to 25
with an average of 11%.
being
Being the average of all
being
those.
delta, 11% being the
Bonus, bonus.
That's what I'm asking, yeah.
Mhm,
being
yeah.
the delta.
So he saw 0 and he saw 25%, but of all that he looked at in our budget range, it was 11% was the overall average.
That's what I wanted.
Is that right?
I just
Dennis?
want clarity. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. East?
Thank you.
yeah, I think Commissioner Hill makes a good point when it comes to the salary range, and that was an initial question I had when Tina was describing the range. I think what we typically do is we make ranges that are a little bit broader, and so I took that 300 to 350 or whatever it was as the initial starting rate, not the actual range for the position. That the range for the position would be a little bit more robust than that. I don't know if we've established ranges or not, but I'd encourage us to do that if we haven't for all jobs, just so we understand the maximum worth of any position, right? It doesn't matter if it's a frontline position or a senior position. Each position is only provide so much worth, right? So I'm good with the 280 to 320. I guess my concern in going higher than that is I think each candidate would think that top number would be what they could get. And that's what we run into when we go out for job searches such as these. So I think the 280 to 320, I'm fine in the 10 to 15% range. I do have some concern about compression with the positions that the CEO is responsible for, the subordinate positions to that it typically the bonuses go up in terms of the percentage able to be attained as the position goes up. So I'm not sure whether that 10 to 15% is really going to fly, but I'm good with it. And I think we can establish the bonus goals to get to what Mayor Sheevy was describing, which is we really want those to be aspirational, right? We don't want to pay a bonus just for doing what we've always done. We want to pay a bonus because we achieved something greater than what we've done in the past. So those are my comments.
And I guess I would ask winners, if we were looking at 280 to 320, does that take us to a different recruiting possibilities? In listening to Mr. East also, compared to the 3 to 350, I know it's close, but does that, I don't know, psychologically, when you see 300 instead of 280, do people think, oh, that's the maximum I can make? Does it change, Dennis or Tina, what our potential of applicants coming in, being in that range, or are we still good to go? Dennis or Tina
first.
Go ahead, Tina. I don't know that I can answer the question.
I think candidates will look at all the factors. It's public record, the bonus, the salary from the previous CEO. So there'll be some questions, there'll be more discussion that needs to be had about why the compensation level is not the same. It will probably add an additional conversation onto our recruiting efforts. For those that are doing their research, they're going to watch these discussions. They'll look at news reports related to it, and we'll have to have conversations about why the consensus was to come to this compensation level. And ultimately, it's your decision. We'll go forward with the compensation levels designed. Could we maybe lose some people? Of course, but we may lose people for other factors as well. I mean, it's part of the gig.
Okay, Mr. Scott.
No, and I appreciate Tina's comments because it's exactly, that's the same in private industry, right? Is you said a number, you know you're going to lose. We're open to that. I believe that you may not get the same amount. You get even more if you did that, right? But I think we've got to get into the marketplace. I think we're very close to the right range. The way I look at this too, and I'm with you, I'm hoping that the candidates will do the due diligence in seeing that, look, this is a long-term partnership. There's a way to make a very nice living between salary. I mean, if you just even pencil in the person at 300,000 with a 10% kicker, you know, you're talking about like an additional, you're talking about a bonus in the 60 to 70,000 range that you're able to get. I mean, that's, I don't know, and I know there's bigger fish to fry and they can jump to another market, but honestly, I think a person that really does their research on working for this organization can do very, very well. And I think it's on part of us as the board, it's on part of winners to sell it. But I'm very comfortable with what Member Chapman recommended as a range. So if you want, you know, if it went out as a motion, I'd support that.
Okay.
Can I want to ask the question, and this is probably for Ben and Molly, in the sense, one of the things is that there's discretion with the CEO to give COLAs. And we saw that there were probably 3 COLAs given. Is how can we also look at that? I think that could have to like somehow come to the board. There should be some oversight. I think they were done in the past, so I want to know how that sort of factors in.
Yeah, so COLAs or any of those that kind of function does come through the board through the budget process. So they have to be budgeted for to be provided. So they were not highlighted. So one of the things that can be discussed with whoever is in that position is to make that, those decisions with respect to, how they are managing the labor at the RCDA. How they are handling that, to make that a highlighted discussion before the board, so you are fully advised. And then, I don't know if you had anything else to add.
I think that's it. It's,
Okay.
you know, it gets approved as part of the budget, but we can have a line item discussion.
But most people don't understand, or when they see that, you can just put it in as a whole and you'd never know.
Yeah,
And
and you're right, the
I
COLAs.
think there was 3 of them. Given, I don't know, Courtney, maybe you want to weigh in on some of that?
It's COLA and
Yes.
merit and.
As we did make them a separate item in any of the budget augmentations we presented, those were directed by the CEO. He had the ability to determine the percentage and approve those without board approval, and it was in his contract that the COLAs applied to his salary as well. So there might want to be some discussion of
There you
whether or
go.
not the
That's
CEO.
what we're
And there were 3 of them, correct?
Yep, there were.
Don't do that.
From the negotiated standpoint on whether or not the CEO themselves, as to Mr. Esquaga's point, that line employees making, a much different salary than a CEO or other executives, there can be discussion related to whether or not a COLA is ever applied to a CEO position, and that can all be a negotiated point with the board for sure.
Okay, Mr. Murdoch, and then I'm almost ready for a motion, but we can.
I appreciate it.
But here's still in the bonus though, like on what this all means, because, we clear on that, the bonus side of things, because it's the descriptions.
So on what the actual metrics, so I think that as has been discussed on a split, say 10% of the bonus being tied to goals. The actual determination of what those goals will be at a time frame when you are negotiating that contract and you know exactly where you need to go. Just because it's going to depend on where you are in the fiscal year. It depends upon, you probably have a meeting or a retreat of some sort to talk about that annual plan and what the agency's goals are.
No, okay, in the last process, let me just say, it was very uncomfortable because here's kind of what happened. Because, and everyone remembers, we had someone that helped on the board do the contract. But I kept hearing, oh, we gotta do this, or we might lose them, we might lose them. And it was like this, we had already had someone chosen and picked out, but if we didn't do this, we were gonna lose them. We've always had this sort of like, oh, now once we're in, regardless of what that looks like. You know what I mean? So I do have a lot of confidence in this board, because I think we're paying a lot more attention to what that looks like moving forward based on some of our past experiences. So I think that's good. I just want to be very careful of that whenever they're like, oh, they're not going to take the job. I mean, that's what I just kept hearing. And I was like, I'm not signing that. I could not sign it. And for obvious reasons.
So, yeah, so I just want to make sure we stay focused on our agenda item here. So those discussions that we want to have, I think those are all good points, and we can have them as we're putting that contract together and figuring out what that looks like. But I think today we just want to say for winners, for their ability to move forward, here's a salary range, here's a bonus range, and once we have candidates that we're actually engaged with, we can talk about where we fit in those ranges and sort of what the parameters of those bonuses are. So I think today we just want to try to identify the dollar amount so Tina and her group can move forward with the search.
Okay. Did you have any?
I would like to do a motion to get this moving, for a salary range of 280,000 to 320,000. And a bonus, incentive bonus potential of 10% based on specific actionable achieved goals with a potential of an additional 5% based on board discretion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Second by Mr. Squaga.
Do it together.
We have a dual second by Squaga and Jay. Any other discussion? Are we ready?
Does that include COLAs? What's the first metric of the COLA?
The COLA is not, I mean, this is just the salary range to go look for candidates. This is not something, like whether or not a COLA would be applied in the future to this position is something that would be a negotiated term down the road.
And that would be negotiated, that's that's up to.
That's up to the
as
board.
well.
Correct.
And any COLAs that are handed out by the organization or by the CO would be at the discretion, would be approved by the board.
Through the budgetary process.
Right.
So we're not agendized really today to talk
Yeah,
about
got it,
COLAs.
got it, got it. Thank you. Just checking, because it's the
Okay.
full package.
So, I guess we're kind of splitting the baby here. I would prefer lower 250. But, Andy, I think brings up a good point and puts, so I'm right there. So I want to be supportive, but I think, Andy did a good job of sort of evening that out.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Tina. You and your team can go. You can roll now. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, now. Okay, Mr. Loretta, where were you? We're to Courtney.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If we just go back to, no, how do you get back to that slide? Chris has got it. Great.
He'll just take a second.
2 minutes. Apologies.
Okay, so we're. Oh, okay. Hey, Mike,
Yes,
do we want to go with Courtney since she has to sit here through the meeting? Or do we want to go to BBK or you tell me?
I think we're just okay with this. They're just getting comfortable, I think. So,
Need anything to eat or drink? Okay, okay, let's go, Courtney.
Okay, do you still want Chris to pull up the slide from?
yeah, we can go ahead and skip. I think you can just jump right in. Yeah, we'll jump right into it. Thank you. Sorry. Just 2 seconds for Courtney to set up.
You want to introduce what she's setting up?
Sure, absolutely. So thank you, Madam Chair. So Courtney Jager, VP of Finance, at the request of the board, for new board members and existing board members and people that have been a member of the board several times, we thought it would be advantageous for Courtney to go through an extensive review, recap and refresher as it relates to room tax and how room tax is generated, allocated, dispersed, so that everybody has a clear understanding, because there are a lot of moving parts as it relates to room tax, and even to the point of Mr. Esquaga made in a past meeting, it's a good refresher for him as well. So I've seen the deck and the presentation. It's very thorough, and I think everybody will take a good takeaway from it.
Thanks, Courtney.
He is there this real quick so everyone on Zoom can see it. 1 or 2 seconds. Perfect. All right. So yeah, it's like Mike mentioned, the purpose of this presentation is to give a brief refresher regarding how the room tax process works based on interest in this topic and given that we have new board members. Go ahead and start.
Thank you.
So the technical term for room tax is transient lodging tax, and transient lodging taxes are levied pursuant to NRS. Transient lodging is defined as facilities or structures that are designed for occupancy by transient guests who pay consideration for that space. So all operators of transient lodging spaces are required to be licensed with the RSCBA. We also go through the process of relicensing all operators every 4 years. There are 7 different types of taxpayer categories, which are defined on the screen, hotels being the largest category. Taxpayers reside in 6 different tax districts, and the RCBA is responsible for all room tax collections and distributions in Washoe County as a whole. So in your binders, we've included a list of licensed properties broken out by type and tax district. We won't go over this in detail, but we wanted to provide it to each board member as a reference. So here you can see the hotels in certain districts, hotels, all the different categories, and again, broken out by their district. So for each tax district, we collect between 13 and 13.5% tax on room tax. So the RCBA retains 8.625% from each district, and the rest is distributed according to statute to the city of Reno, city of Sparks, state of Nevada, and Washoe County. And also out of the collections in Washoe B, so that 6.625% that's outlined in orange, We remit half of that to Travel North Tahoe. We also oversee the collection of tourism surcharge, including the capital project surcharge in Reno that's distributed to the city of Reno. Right, there we go. So here we have total taxable room revenues for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 22. Reno B is the largest district, followed by Reno G. Here we have total taxable room revenues by taxpayer category for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 22. Hotels are the largest category, followed by vacation rentals. Here is a summary of room tax distributions for fiscal year 23 as a whole. Again, the RCBA is responsible for ensuring that the tax is distributed according to the existing statutes and the matrix that we reviewed earlier. So the majority of room tax goes to the RCBA since that's the primary funding source for the entire organization. So each month we prepare room tax statistics that we make available to the public. We distribute these statistics via email to board members and community stakeholders, and also make them publicly available on RCBA. So I wanted to give a quick overview of where those statistics can be found and what they're comprised of. So if you go to the rcba.com website, first you'll go to impact, which is outlined in red, and then you'll see a pop-up that says finance. So you'll click on that next. From there, you'll scroll down to room tax and occupancy statistics. We also have our regulations and other information on this page, but for now we'll focus on the most recent month of room tax statistics. So if you click on that link, you'll come across over 20 pages of statistics. The first page is really useful. It's a narrative comparison to the prior year. So it's a really good snapshot of how we did for that month. The next several pages show the detail by market segment by month. After that, we show year-to-date statistics, and then towards the back, you'll see the statistics for the Unified District. So we also publish hotel statistics by region. We find that a lot of our community partners are interested in this particular report, and this is an example of the report of what it looks like. This is available on our website too. We published quite a bit of historical information on the website, and this is one example of the trends you'll be able to find. So if you're interested in historical taxable room revenues, cash occupied room nights, average daily rates, we have trends going back several years on our website. So under the room tax section, we also have a lot of relevant forums and FAQ. These are really useful to the taxpayers, but these are typically available to anyone if you wanted to dive in deeper to our regulations or any relevant information. And as always, if you have questions on this information, you can reach out directly to me or to Robert. If you just wanted to browse, going to our website is the best option. Mr. Bevy wanted me to keep this presentation efficient, so I'm going to open it up for questions.
Okay, Mr. Murdoch.
Do you have a list of how you have the zones? Can you list all the properties in your zone and how it's taxed based on?
Absolutely. Go back to this slide.
I just want to see it. That's
And that is also in the binder, so it's a little easier to see it.
right. So everybody knows how that works.
So the majority generated from
Reno B is the biggest.
Reno B.
Yeah, Reno B is the largest.
Okay, and then where was it you had county in there, I think,
Yeah, so,
and then Tahoe, correct?
yeah, so let's go back to the slide. So this shows the distributions that go out to each entity. Is that what you were looking for? Like what Washoe County receives, what Travel North Tahoe receives, and compared to the other entities?
Or
Is that what you're-
generated.
Generated.
Nope, no, generated. Yep, so this is what's generated in each tax district. So again, Reno B generates the most taxable revenues, followed by Reno G.
And that's based on, the zones are based on how many properties, and then of this, does the 30, aren't the, you know, the Flag Hotel, the Marriotts of the world, what percentage are they of this whole room tax equation in all those zones? Are they 30% is what the number I heard in all the zones that they're in, like if there's a Marriott in zone in Reno B or Reno D, do they generate approximately 30% of our tax?
I'm talking about like the hotel category as a whole.
I'm talking about the motel,
Non-gaming select service.
I think, Robert, you pulled that pretty recently. Was it in the 30% range?
The hotel staff by region.
You don't have that under.
Hey,
So-
so Courtney, maybe you can explain a little bit like how the formula is done, how does like all of that work? Because you can see in there, some is generated very little and they're bringing in a lot less tax than the Reno side is. So like, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the formula, why that exists.
Yeah.
It seems to be a little off.
Yeah, it's all for previous legislation, so it's kind of out of the RCD control. It's all been established for pre-existing legislation, like for example, the amount we remit to Travel North Tahoe, that was for legislation from 1999. So a lot of these laws and regulations are pretty old in date. A lot of us, but it has to go through the legislative process.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very, I mean, I think it's kind of broken. I'm not gonna. I'll say
So
nothing.
Courtney, any changes to that would be legislative changes that we would be looking at our lobbyists if we want. Just shout out over there.
Do you also have the surcharge information? It's right at the bottom.
Yeah, we do have that right in the bottom.
That's right there. So the surcharge is. Try to figure that out.
Yeah, so there is an additional surcharge that's levied in Reno Beach that's remitted directly to the city of Reno on this first capital projects. And those other surcharge amounts that you see in the tax districts, aside from the long-term tax districts, is retained by the RCBA.
And Mr. Chapman?
Thanks, Courtney. On the room tax matrix that broke down the different regions by the percent distribution. There's a couple that are identified as debt, so the convention center, National Bowling Stadium, those are two main ones. Does that debt sunset? Or when does that debt sunset, or that portion of that 2% that's on there, or does it sunset, or is it?
So as long as there's existing convention center debt, those amounts wouldn't sunset. So right now we have existing convention center debt outstanding over $60 million for over a 10-year term. And then additional debt that's issued through the convention center would be applicable towards that.
So at some point in time.
If we absolutely
that
have no
will
debt
be paid
whatsoever,
off.
yeah. But if we did issue new debt related to the convention center, which is likely as the building ages, then that 2% is applicable to that debt as well.
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Go ahead. So in theory, if we were to pay that debt off and incur no more debt, what would happen to those funds?
So the 2% would no longer be levied if there was absolutely no debt to apply it towards.
Okay.
Oh, it just wouldn't
Which
be
hasn't
levied at
been-
all.
Yeah, which
There's
hasn't
no
been
way.
the case for over.
So it
20
dropped
years.
to theoretically 11%.
Yeah, the 2% would
And
go
then if
away,
we incur debt again, then it would back up in theory.
right?
Okay. So it has the ability to float.
It does, yeah, and it's, we haven't had a situation where it's gone away just because of the nature of the convention center, we've always owed. that on it.
And so the convention center and the bowling stadium have a combined of 3%. And in theory, again, when it's there, roughly 10%, then it will. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple, but staying on this matrix and what Mr. Jay just said. Are the total tax rates, the 13 and 13.5, are those prescribed by statute?
Correct.
So, but if, what Mr. Jay just said, and maybe I'm confused, if the debt funding for a 2% goes away, it would not remain for those bills feeding into that specific zone. for the
Right, I
tax,
believe the
it would drop
NRS
to
allows
11.
us to levy up to the amount, so again, if the special purpose for which the 2% went away, then that would.
Thank you. And then why the differentiation between 13 and 13.5?
That's the way it was written into the legislation.
What year? is that?
Then you have a.
Off the top of my head, I don't. I know Ms. Jager reached out to me before this presentation and asked if I had sort of the list of all the places where the taxes have been levied, and I don't. It's basically, our CBA is 60 years old, and every session, every once in a while, there's a bill to levy an additional tax. So it's really spread out just all through the legislature over those 60 years, little bills here and there that identify. And if that's something we want, we can look into it, put that together. It's just gonna take some work.
Yeah, and I hope this is not a controversial question in any way. I'm looking at this and my naivety is saying, well, I don't understand the behind the varying tax rate, because I look at my region, this region, our region, and it all looks the same to me. So I don't understand the theory behind that. I'd love to learn more, and maybe it's just history. And I'm interested in that conversation. And then on this chart, you have a gold box on, so that RSCBA general fund, am I reading correctly that half of what we collect goes back to that municipality or locality?
It goes to Travel North Tahoe, so to Mr. Chapman.
But
Because we generate those funds in Incline Crystal Bay.
so let me just broadly, like all of them, 6.625, like. It looks like we're sending half back to the municipality of that area. Is that not correct? In
That is
each
correct.
region?
No, so the 6.625, that's why the only one in Washoe B is outlined in orange. And that it's presented a little differently on this matrix because the way the legislation is written, it's actually reported as a non-operating expense to us. Whereas all those other amounts we just passed through getting remitted back to their entities. So like the amounts we give the city of Reno, that's just a pass through. But the amount we remit back to Travel North Tahoe is technically a non-operating expense of the RSCBA. So it's reported a little differently on this matrix.
But all the 6.25% goes back to the RCBA, except for the Washoe B, and then it's split based on the rest.
It's split, half goes to RSCBA.
Because our RCBA keeps half, and then they apportion the other half to our organization, that's the marketing organization, national organization in Washoe Tahoe. It's based on a 1999 legislation. There was some bonding that wanted to be supported. And I think it's important to read that those funds they are generated in the Incline Crystal Bay area. It's not like they are generated outside of that area and a piece of that's coming back. Those are funds that are generated by the Hyatt and vacation rental properties pretty much.
And the only thing that gets on the tourism surcharge, the downtown Reno D pays an extra $1 to the RCBA back, right?
Correct.
And then the standard across the board is $2 in the other
Correct.
letter groups. Got it.
Okay.
Quick question, bonds we issue are special revenue tax-free federal bonds, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Sorry, I can't see the screen. Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
oh, it's fine. Mr. East was signed in before me, I think, and then I'll go.
Okay. Mr.
Thanks,
Reese?
Commissioner Hill. I appreciate it. So Courtney, can you help me understand the uses on the capital project surcharge for Reno D? Is that, are we limited in what that money can be spent on, and kind of give me an example of what it was spent on last year?
Yeah, so that is spent by the city of Reno. So we would need to get the detail of what those funds were spent on from them, but I do know that they are required to spend it on capital projects within a 1 mile radius of downtown.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, and I hate to give more work to Courtney or Mr. Douglas, Robert, but I was curious if the vacation rental revenue for RCBA went up after the county permitted that use in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. I'm assuming it went up dramatically because then we knew who these people were and they had to register. And it's just a thought about perhaps it's something we should explore with the rest of City of Sparks and City of Reno, because I know that there's several vacation rental homes in my neighborhood in Old Southwest, and I'm pretty sure they're not paying the tax. So anyway, I just, it's something to think about.
Kind of like add some more IRS agents and auditors. Let's get some more money.
Any other questions? And
Yeah, I
Go
have a
ahead.
question to what Commissioner Hill said, and I wrote down about the vacation rentals or Airbnbs, and I think it was the street above it, just where you outlined licensed properties by tax district. There we go. Do we have a number of, because I think that's really intriguing in that these vacation rentals. Who looks at Airbnb? Who looks at vacation rental by owner? Like, do we do that? Do we?
Airbnb, any property owners that have their properties managed through Airbnb charges them the tax and remits the tax for them, so they're not individually having to submit those.
Okay. And BBRO does the same, and all the other groups?
No, so like small property management groups, they could do it for their property owners, but they don't, but we have a specific contract with Airbnb where Airbnb has agreed to do it for them. And Airbnb is our largest, property management group.
And then if you're a homeowner direct, like we see a lot of this in Tahoe, I own a home and I want to rent it, I rent it, out on my own way. You have to have a certificate and you have to remit quarterly. So those come through quarterly, at least for us, where if you're Airbnb or vacation rental, you're paying monthly.
Okay.
You're remitting monthly. You're not-
But we don't have a relationship with BBRO, because I mean, they're a big organization.
I believe we tried in the past before I started to get them to agree to the same arrangement as Airbnb and they were not. Yeah.
They refuse?
Yeah.
Airbnb.
We have no way to force that. So Airbnb willingly entered into a collect and remit agreement, and it was sort of part of the settlement. This was probably 5 or 6 years ago that we did this. And some of the other companies just won't. And so if they won't, then it's up on the individual, it's on the individual owners to be licensed
certificate
and to remit. And when we without going into too much detail, we changed it so we could assess the individual owners 5 or 6 years ago. When we did that, the RCBA team started prowling VRBOs, all those online websites to find properties that weren't registered, and then we reached out to them directly, informing them that now they have to, maybe collect them. So there's, they do their best to find those property owners and to enforce it, but certainly there are some out there that are evading.
And I think a lot at the lake are more VRBO than Airbnb, because hasn't VRBO been around?
You see, like the categories that Robert sends to us each month, the category we're talking, that's probably where most of that product is. Most of that revenue is coming through professionally managed vacation rental property.
Yeah.
Mike had a good point.
Christine actually had the point.
This is a great point. No.
So the ownership of VRBO is actually by Expedia.
Good luck.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Good to know. Okay, Courtney, thank you. I think we hopefully asked all the questions we need to. Appreciate that, really valuable. We've got everything in here, or we can go online and dig in deeper if we want to, but thank you. I think that was super valuable. Okay, let's go.
The same question in about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I'll do it right here.
Keep your binder.
I know, I am.
And then you have to go back to it. Okay, we're gonna move on. Courtney, we're gonna go to finally to E2 with our BBK agency record. Campaign update.
Yay. We have to see them up, but thanks everyone for your patience. But I'm thrilled to have BVK here with us today. Their leadership team, they are basically an extension of our marketing team. They've been with us for 7 years now, and they were a part of our brand that we all know and love. And their passion for this region, I think, truly comes across in the work that they do for us. And we kind of highlighted it a little bit, but this is such a special time for our community. I mean, with yesterday's big announcement, I mean, there's multiple huge investments going into our community right now. And as our community continues to evolve and grow, we are evolving and elevating our campaign creative, and I'm excited to have BVK here with no further spoilers. Happy to have them here to provide the marketing update on my behalf today. Good afternoon, officially afternoon.
Yeah.
It isn't afternoon now. My name is Victoria Simmons. I'm a senior vice president at BVK, and I lead our travel practice. And we are so excited to be with you here today to see some familiar faces, but to get to know all of these new members on the board. It's been a little while since we've been here. So really looking forward to have the opportunity to have some conversation today. So I'm here with several of my colleagues, and just so that they're on the record, I'll go ahead and introduce them, but we're going to tag team this presentation, so you'll hear from them. But Kevin Crean is our executive creative director over here. He oversees about 30
staff members within our creative and production department. Lauren Murray is our director of brand experience and engagement, and she sits within Kevin's department, really understands consumer experience strategy. And then Ashley Weaver is an associate media director, so she's working through paid media planning and strategy. So I thought since there are so many new board members and that we haven't been here in a while, we'd start with just giving you guys a little bit of background on who we are. So for those of you who don't know BBK, we're a top 20 independent business brand and advertising solutions company. We have almost 200 employees and we're located now across 35 states. So right, coming out of the pandemic, we've really taken that opportunity to just bring in talented staff regardless of location. We've always been a historically financially stable company. We've seen historic steady growth over the years. And next year, we're going to be celebrating our 40th anniversary, which means we've been working in travel for 40 years now. Yeah. So our purpose at BBK is really around this idea of improving lives. And it's really this lens that we use to kind of filter the brands that we want to work with. And that's why we have specialty practices in categories like healthcare and education and travel and tourism. Right, we know that everything that we're doing collectively with you guys is building a strong economy for Washoe County. We're regenerating environments and communities and ultimately spurring society's progress. We like to think of travel as being transformational, right? When we travel, we learn and we grow and we change our way of thinking about the world and engaging with the world around us. So this idea of change for the better is really core to BBK's business model. We very much want to make sure that we are always reinventing and transforming our organization with our clients so that we're always moving forward and not becoming obsolete. So you're going to hear today a lot of talk about constantly analyzing and measuring and optimizing our performance in order to deliver a right and efficient return on your marketing investment. So part of how we do that is understanding how to move consumers or potential travelers through that marketing funnel. So we're trying to do things like have Reno Tahoe be right top of mind for potential travelers, creating awareness for that brand, making sure we're creating sustained interest in terms of having travelers engage with the content that we're producing, creating that emotional connection, right? We want them to have preference for Reno Tahoe, create that affinity, and then at the end of the day, create that physical demand in terms of conversion, right? We have to get them into the market. We have to get them into our hotel product so that they're spending money in our community. So right, as marketers, we work closely with the RSCBA staff, right? We've got a lot of channels and tools we can use to move people through that funnel. And then we also have key performance measurements, right? We're going to measure how effectively and efficiently we are doing that. So this is one of the statistics that we are the most proud of, that, when we build client relationships at BBK, we expect that they're going to be long lasting, right? We worked together for 7 years. We also have another client in Reno. We work with the Renown Health System. We also had the opportunity to work with the county during COVID to do some of that public service announcement work. Kevin and I were here 7 years ago pitching this business and just immediately fell in love with this community. We have strong relationships with the staff. And so we really want to be invested here and be able to contribute to the community. We work with a lot of exciting travel brands. Our Wyoming Office of Tourism client, we're going into our 11th year working together. I think Visit St. Pete Clearwater was a client before Kevin and I had gray hair. So we've been working at sort of the city, state, county, and sometimes even country level with DMOs across the country. But we really want to spend most of our time today talking about this idea of building momentum for the RSCBA. I think we have thought and staff has thought there's been this pent up demand for wanting to see the brand sort of evolve. But a lot's been happening, right? We navigated COVID. We saw our budgets plummet. We built them back up. The staff invested in working with Next Factor to build that long range strategic plan. Last year, we fielded with Destination Analyst, the past and prospective visitor profile study. So we do have a lot of data and insights now that can kind of guide the brand evolution moving forward. Because in some respects, where it's lagging behind the progress of the destination, right? We talked today about the $1 billion investment by, GSR, the work that's happening out at the airport, just the growth in the Midtown, the entertainment district, the marina at Sparks, the wonderful collaborative work that's happening out at the lake with the new sustainability plan, and of course, being the happiest place as ranked by Outside. So, right, there's a lot of momentum here. We want to make sure that the brand is really keeping pace with that. So the work that you're going to see here today is kind of purpose-built to close that gap. And of course, everything ladders up into these annual goals. So we know that you spent a lot of time talking about these goals last month. We know that there were some questions. We have Ashley here who worked through a lot of that math to help the staff come up with these goals. So at the end of the presentation, if there are any lingering questions about that, we're happy to answer those. The way that we approach brands at BDK is through what we call core human values. So, right, our human values are our guiding life principles. They're what we use to kind of filter the decisions that we make. They're unique to each and every one of us. So many of you hopefully know that the brand value for Reno Tahoe is ambition. And that's not going to change. But when we think about where there are opportunities, areas for the brand to stretch and grow into, we really look at it through the lens of these three key anchor points on this slide. We've already talked about how, right, the DNA of this place is changing quite rapidly. We also want to look at our audience, and we have a lot of tools to be able to do that. So, right, the recent visitor profile study gave us a lot of data to understand what the past visitors look like, what elapsed visitors look like. We have some software tools at the agency that helps us understand audience. And then we have our own performance metrics for how media has performed in the past, how creative has performed in the past to be able to inform what our audience needs. But we also want to look at, right, culture. What are some of the cultural trends driving the future of travel right now? We also do a competitive audit to see where our competitors are, where they're messaging, what they're saying, who are they talking to? How do we see that vis-a-vis what our brand is doing in order to kind of uncover what's the white space or the opportunity space? What are some areas that our competitors are not taking advantage of that we can jump into? And so all of this has been kind of informing how we're moving forward with the work. So what Lauren's going to take you through is some of the specific insights and data points that are informing the strategy that's in the work today. And right, we're trying to keep this a little quick for you guys. So as you can imagine, this is a little snapshot into some of those insights. We know that you will probably have some questions and we'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time and your energy. I can only imagine what it's like to be engaged for, I think you're on 3 hours now. So I'm hoping to keep you engaged with me as well. So we're going to dive into some of the cultural trends that we're seeing. And when we look at cultural trends, we're looking at things that are happening not only in our respective markets, but in travel and tourism as a whole. The trends that we're seeing come through, I hope if we're doing our job right, you're going to see them be executed in the creative that Kevin's going to talk you through in just a little bit. But these trends, this cultural space is where we start to identify where Reno Tahoe can deliver on the cultural trends that we're seeing. Sustainable travel, without a doubt. I think we could do a whole 3-hour discussion just about sustainable travel. But 69% of travelers are actively looking for sustainable travel options. We're also seeing, you're going to see some, when we talk too about our insights and our research, we're pulling from a variety of sources. It's not just what we think and we feel, though we are very passionate with our 40 years of experience about what we do. We're pulling from the industry as a whole to help guide these decisions. What we're also seeing as a whole is this desire for full and authentic living. This expression of who you are as an individual is something that's coming very strongly out of the pandemic as well. So much so that 76% of millennials, our travel intenders, who we'll talk about a little bit more as we go along, are interested in experiences that are new sensations to them, that are attaching them to the sense of place and transforming who they are. And when you think of the breadth and depth of opportunity here in Reno Tahoe, it's again, something that we know that we can deliver on. And not only deliver on from a destination perspective, but the culture and the people who are here living every day. This comes through when people travel to this space. We're also, to that point, seeing 6 out of 10 travelers are very interested in supporting that local culture, local communities, and nearly 2/3 of consumers would choose a travel option that supports local businesses, experiences, and opportunities. So right here, I mean, I could go through all of those 6 bullets in a lot of detail, but the headline that I'm hoping you see is this desire to explore, to understand, to be a part of that beautiful balance between the outdoors and finding other cultural experiences in one destination when they're traveling, kind of getting the most bang for their buck. So this is us diving a little bit more in detail into the past and potential visitor study that was done in 2022. I love a good stat, so you're gonna see a lot of stats on the screen here. But really what travelers are seeking, to my previous point, is that opportunity to grow and to learn. While on vacation, they have a very strong desire to seek out and new experiences that help them live life to the fullest. If you look at those stats there, I think the numbers are impressive enough. These are potential visitors saying that this is what they're looking for, but the action words associated with those stats really stand out to me. Live, explore, indulge, try, learn, immerse. These are all action-oriented statistics. My job as a brand experience director is to be really focused on that through line, that when our travelers are coming to a destination, where are all the opportunities that we can infuse this idea and bring the brand to life in these experiences. When we look at the breadth and depth again of what Reno Tahoe can offer in just one destination, it's incredible the potential that we can give our travelers to really indulge this passion for food and arts. Unique experiences are key growth areas. Again, I hope what you're gonna see me talk about is gonna come through when you look at the creative and start to understand just how much rigor we put into the front end process of us developing the creative as well. And what we're seeing here is that those unique cultural experiences, local cuisine, shopping, museums, art galleries, these are all of interest to potential travelers. I think it goes without saying that we know we can deliver on all of these desires. And so when we're looking at ways that we can pull this through, you're gonna see us really focus on unique dining experiences, unique activities, arts focused. And that's not to say that we won't go away from where we know successful opportunities have been for the destination. It's striking that beautiful balance. But this insight is telling us that potential travelers are interested in these opportunities. And those are things that we know we can deliver on. EDI is a key travel desire. So many travelers are prioritizing diversity and inclusion when selecting a destination. 40% of whom are actually researching before they go on their trip, the equity in the area. And 71% of potential travelers are actually interested in that inclusive and welcoming atmosphere and just feeling really inclusive. Now, the 2 stats on the bottom there really, I think, is fascinating. 72% of recent visitors absolutely believe that Reno Tahoe is an inclusive and welcoming environment, myself included. I was actually here last week for vacation. I came back to see all of you because I loved it so much. 48% of potential visitors don't necessarily know that. They don't necessarily see that being something that Reno can deliver. So when we see information like that coming through in our studies, again, I'm feeling like a little bit of a broken record, but the point being these insights are what are driving our creative direction. So you're gonna see that infusion of inclusivity, energy, diversity in the creative executions themselves. I don't think this would be a surprise to anyone in the room, that diverse outdoors are a strength of Reno Tahoe. And this is something I really liked looking at this chart that was on the right side here. But potential visitors are strongly prioritizing experiences in the outdoors and associate Reno Tahoe as a place that can deliver on that. So that includes outdoor activities, recreation, water access, winter sports, golf, water activities. So the breadth, even in just the outdoor space that you can deliver on, that is tapping into the interests of potential, potential travelers, is really a stronghold. That's not to say, and I think we approach this very carefully, particularly with our history with you guys, is that Other experiences, you're gonna see that bottom half of the chart has a maintain category, meaning it's an associated strength and something that we should continue to consider as we're developing creative. I think a good example of that is gaming. We know that that's a strength. You guys do a very good job of that here in creating those unique experiences in the gaming and casinos themselves. So again, finding that balance between where we know the interest lies for potential travelers while still highlighting the strengths of the destination, because it all ladders up to that well-rounded, immersive experience that people can have when they come here. In terms of audiences and who we're trying to reach, we've noticed through the study that young families are really emerging as an opportunity. Travel intenders, those who are potentially coming to Reno, Tahoe, tend to skew a little bit younger than recent and lapsed visitors, and they're more likely to be traveling with children. So that's to say that family-friendly activities is a core strength for us to leverage. They're really looking for deeply immersive experiences, opening their children up to culture and outdoor activities. Again, something we know that can be delivered, so when we're looking at that audience mix, ensuring that families can see themselves in the work that we're doing. I could do this all day, but I was told that I had to be quick and give you the summary of all of the data. But again, I'm only for giving you a snapshot of all of the rigor and work that goes into before we even put the creative out and the media plan out into the world. But the growth areas that you're going to see come through in the next half of our presentation is that we're looking to drive growth with our travel intenders, particularly our young family travelers, and using that vibrant, inspiring experiences to really entice them. We want to focus on Reno Tahoe's evolution. Ambition as a core value is no mistake. New areas, flights, development, special events, even just sitting here and listening today, all of the work that's happening in this area are a mark of progress. And we want to continue to bring that forward in the works and the media plans that we put together for you guys. We want to continue to increase Reno Tahoe's association with cultural experiences. You have a stronghold in the outdoors. It's beautiful, but it was interesting. I brought my friends here. They came around. They're like, I didn't know Reno had all this art. I said, one, I'm not doing my job well if you don't know that. And secondly, that idea that you can come here and have such a full experience is something that we are going to continue to highlight. And we want to cement association with Reno Tahoe and the outdoors. This is a place that you can come and get that full breadth of experiences and that focus on sustainability as an underlying current to the work that you're doing in the outdoor space. I think that I have said enough today, and I'm going to hand it off to Ashley to talk a little bit about our audiences. All right.
So we use a third-party syndicated research tool to help develop our target audiences. We take into account all the information that we have from existing studies and then use our tools to kind of build this cohort to better understand the audience. And so the tool that we use is called Velixa MRI. It leverages census data, surveys, as well as social listening to kind of develop a more holistic picture of the audience. So we also take into account the overarching theme of ambition. The audience is ambitious. They tend to be pretty outgoing. They're curious. They tend to have a higher household income, obviously indicative of intent to travel. They do tend to be, leaders within their space. They tend to be really active within their careers and ambitious within their careers themselves. And they spend a lot of time doing things just in their general life. They're outdoors a lot. They're really interested in cultural experiences. They're interested in technology, all of those things. And once we have this audience, this helps not only develop our media plan, strategy, targeting, but it also helps continue to guide the creative. And you'll see as we get into the next slide, how we kind of get a little bit more narrow within this audience. So we have 3 different audience subsegments: the culture creative, ambitious adventure, and mindful mom, which you can see kind of align closely with a lot of the themes that Lauren talked about. And what this does is it helps us to kind of hone in on the types of things that interest certain parts of the audience and also deliver the most appropriate messaging to them at different points in the journey. So you can see, for example, with cultured creatives, primary messages, of course, festivals, events, arts, all of those things. Secondary messages would be more something like outdoor dining or outdoor adventure, creative dining. And those things are still certainly important to them, but something that maybe comes along later in the journey once they're kind of more engaged with the brand. Similar with the ambitious adventure, we would highlight things that are a little bit more outdoors, a little bit more nightlife and kind of the urban scene. And then once they're kind of further down in the funnel, delivering messages around entertainment, gaming, sustainability, kind of aligning with their overall characteristics. And then last, we have the mindful mom. So this is where we're seeing things more like family-friendly outdoors, access to the city. And then from a secondary messaging standpoint, kind of aligning with the mom's kind of the things that she tends to enjoy. So wellness offerings, the fact that it's pretty accessible, very accessible for a family, as well as public art. And now I will hand it over to Kevin.
Oh, that's right. I will do my best to get you onto your lunch plans. So as you probably heard in a very abbreviated fashion, we put a lot of focus in terms of developing brand and creative, at first, research, the insights and the cultural trends, right? So all of that is then taken, and we pride ourselves on looking at all the data, but really understanding with our expertise, how to hone in on the right data to inform the strategy, and then seamlessly thread that into the creative process that ultimately leads to driving visitation and spend in market. But also, we pride ourselves on not just delivering results, but it typically outperforming industry benchmarks that are established. So what you see up on the screen is what we call a brand framework. It's essentially a one-page North Star that synthesizes all of that information that we touched on and pulls it into a one page that we use for the creative process, also the RCBA uses, and it becomes sort of that guide post for our work moving forward. We typically go back and review this periodically, right? So as we went through this process again, we went back and looked at, the last 7 years, has the changes in destination impacted where we landed with the core value of ambition 7 years ago? From our standpoint, from the research that we're looking at, the answer is no. I think we were right on with the core value of ambition. I think it's reflected even more so today than it was 7 years ago. What then you'll see is the positioning statement on the left there. We want it to be a very succinct, accurate positioning statement. In Reno Tahoe, there are no sidelines, so step up and shape your world. So it's all about inspiring the consumer to be active, to go after whatever their interests are. Brand personality is all about how we are conveying ourselves to the rest of the world. So how we look, how we feel, how we act. A lot of that in terms of those descriptors should show up in the work that we'll be seeing. The pillars in the middle are essentially what really helps us define and differentiate the brand. It's the distinctive elements that are big enough buckets for us to put all the great things happening in destination. Lauren did a great job touching on much of this, so I'm not going to get into detail for time's sake, but it's the intentional outdoors and that connection to urban and outdoors, which to me is unrivaled in any other compared to any other competitive destination. The endless possibility, that constant pursuit of reinvention and evolution and pushing for more and change. But what is really great for me to see as a brand marketer is that you have never lost sight of your soul and who you are during that process. And you've always stayed true to that. And then lastly, the maverick spirit of the community and those that call the place home. Reasons to believe are just that. So when we put this message out to the rest of the world, the reasons to believe are all of those proof points that substantiate that what we're saying is actually true. So, excited today to share the new campaign evolution. This is something we actually talked about doing just before the pandemic hit, and obviously everything was put on hold as a result. I think the timing is now perfect to be revisiting things, taking some of the learnings that have occurred over the past couple of years, and launching what we are calling the No Limits campaign. The description on that reads, for those driven to seek out new and exciting experiences, Reno Tahoe gives them the freedom to see how far their passions can take them and push the boundaries that have been holding them back. It's an urban base camp for launching spontaneous adventures. It's a gateway to heightened experiences and long overdue indulgence. Free of pretense and posing, Reno Tahoe understands living your best life begins and ends with challenging yourself. So one of the things that we really are focusing on is that idea of this destination in Reno Tahoe, it really becoming the urban base camp for all of the excursions that you may take and the interests that you have, so that we can continue to
take them back to the urban environment, but also benefit from all of the great outdoor excursions that are just minutes away. So here's an example of just real quickly the art direction we're taking. I'll talk about it more when we get to the work. But we have expanded the color palette to really be focused and reflective of colors that are pulled from the destination here in market, maintaining a very bold headline-driven campaign that's all about establishing the tone of the brand and what we stand for and what we represent. And then, as you'll see in the work, we're really putting focus on what I would say are less posed or staged or stock shots, to really be about those in the moment, and almost as if it's a bit of a voyeuristic capture element of people having their individual experiences here. So before I get into the work, I thought it would be helpful to very quickly talk about the traveler journey. You may have heard about the traveler journey, but essentially this journey becomes sort of the guidepost for the work that we develop. And throughout each of these stages, from discover to research to plan and commit and beyond, we are aligning the right types of creative and message, thinking about the context of the environment they're engaging it in, what channel is best for that particular stage, what are the types of motivation and intent signals we know consumers will have during each of those stages, the actions they take, the emotions they're going to have during that process. Right, for example, during research, it tends to be quite overwhelming and people are trying to figure out if they're making the right decisions. So as we move people along with this journey with our messaging, what they see and hear from us changes, right? From a dream and discover standpoint, it's much more about the bigger hero work, the anthemic message, making an emotional connection with consumers. As they get a little further along and being exposed to our advertising, they may start to research, they might start to plan and commit. So we're going to get much more granular with the message, the types of information they're looking for, more specifics on the things to do, the family-friendly things. And then finally moving into like in-market as well, we have an opportunity to engage them when they're here with our targeting efforts. And then lastly, the reminisce, where people are back home and we want to keep them engaged and retargeting them with messages about their trip. And hopefully that nostalgic element of wanting to come back in the future. So all of that being said, it would take me another 3 hours to go all of the creative that's associated with that. So I'm going to do a very quick preview of the new campaign, starting with leisure concepts. So this is something we've worked on with the RSCBA for a while now. We've had leisure concepts that we've honed in on. A concept, for those of you that may not know, is essentially sort of the reference point of an idea, right? So stylistically, visually, where do we want it to go? With the headlines, tonally, what do we want it to sound like? So I will say in advance, when it's in concept work, not all of the images you see here will make its way into the campaign that actually consumers end up seeing, but it's representative of the types of photos, the experiences, and the headlines that we will be using. So for example, here, really hard-hitting aspirational line, welcome all those who failed miserably at follow the leader. I'm just going to read one body copy for sake of time. Mavericks, mutineers, cultural dissidents, you'll feel right at home here, yet no one will dare accuse you of fitting in. Whether you seek a weekend escape or a lifelong adventure, let us be your base camp. Forge your own path at visitrenotahoe.com. So this is an example where we touched on kind of all the great access to water from the Sparks Marina to the Truckee running through town, Tahoe and elsewhere. So we could really put a focused emphasis on all of those different experiences and locations in an execution like this. You probably heard that dining was a big interest to the consumer trends that we shared. So an example of what that could become with a fun headline like restrain yourself restraint. And then showcasing some of the different experiences from fine dining to casual dining throughout the destination. Art being a huge component, more art, fewer galleries. So the idea of exposing people to all of the accessible art that's here in market and not just behind closed doors. And then a conceptual out-of-home placement, right? It could be in a subway or a train station, etc. Funds into the finer things in life. So again, conceptual, stylistically representative of what we could do if we did something like this, where we would focus on the water features of the destination. Could be spa, but it could also be of those other water experiences that we talked about earlier. Don't step outside your comfort zone, leap. And then here's what we would call a wild posting. So we always look from a media standpoint for interesting placements that aren't your typical traditional media engagements. So in this case, working with Ashley and her team to find opportunities both in destination, but also in our feeder markets to really encapsulate the brand in poster form and start to demonstrate all of the different experiences that can be found here in Reno Tahoe. So concept work leading into winter campaign. So this will be the winter campaign work that's coming up very soon. And in this case, this will be, again, a snapshot of what you'll see. I'm starting with what I mentioned is more of that hero work. It's going to be a 30-second spot TV, fast paced to kind of capture the brand and that idea of ambition. You'll pick up on some of the elements of dining and experiences throughout the destination, and really hit hard on the message of this being the base camp. So hopefully it all plays well and you'll hear it.
Everybody says they want to follow their passion, see where their spirit leads, seize their moment. Well, Reno Tahoe is made for big, bold, legendary moments. So go ahead, seize away, dance on the edge, push in those chips, feel every beat of your heart. No hesitation, no holding back, no limits. Plan your escape today.
So you'll see and hear us using that no limits as an end cap to a lot of the works. I think it does a really good job at maintaining that idea. An active destination. Not only does it speak to the positioning, but it's a nice double entendre and nod to the connection to the gaming industry. So now getting into a little bit more of focus of the retargeting example, right? So we know someone who has engaged with the brand. We know that they have an interest in arts and culture. So the banner they see will be more focused on something like this. Memories can also be works of art, right? So showcasing all of the great art that's here in destination. The next one is an example that we animated quickly. So again, thinking about retargeting and opportunities to engage someone on the gaming side. Bet on yourself, and you'll own the night, and then using a little bit of what we call parallax with the dice to kind of add dimension. Call to action on all of these right now is let's go, so that active oriented call to action. Nightlife is an attitude, not a time of day. And then here's one for prospecting, right? Finding people and engaging them with maybe information they're not as familiar with about Reno Tahoe. Make our playground your very own. In this case, trying to connect outdoor opportunities with the urban environment and showcase the proximity of those things. Around here, every route is the scenic one. So this would be retargeting, knowing someone that's active, focused adventurer, and being able to retarget them with a message that's very different than the millennials, for example, the millennial ones. And then lastly, you've heard that families are focused based on some of the research and insights we have. So starting to layer more of that into the campaign focus, get the most out of every snow day, again, showing inside urban environment opportunities with opportunities outside as well. And then in this case, end capping that with the Reno signage. And now quick snapshot again of meetings and conventions. So switching from leisure traveler to M&C. For meetings and conventions, we wanted to hone in on a very focused specific color palette that will just be used for meetings and conventions. The consumer one is much more extensive, but this is more of a contained, ownable focus for meetings and conventions, a little more refined. Starting with the C-suite audience and engaging them with lines like market disruption isn't born within beige conference rooms.
Its said movement inspires creativity. Little wonder Reno Tahoe has become the go-to destination for those who yearn to break free of routines, blaze new trails, and ignite the spark of innovation. Broaden your horizons, literally. So showcasing that, yes, we want you here, and when you're attending the conference, to be aware of that, but also we all know that our thought process, our creativity, our ideas are also inspired by the environment and the world around us. We really want to start to showcase more of the depth and breadth of the destination. And then an e-newsletter example specific to C-suite. Inspiration is the ultimate metrics, and getting into more details about all of the types of companies that have relocated or started to move to Reno Tahoe, and some of the reasons why. And next is the real quick meeting planner audience. So here, getting a little more specific with the types of things meeting planners are looking for. In this case, a print ad that would be focused on promoting the Come See Fly Free program. So come see, fly free, never look back. Once you start exploring Reno Tahoe, you'll know this is the ideal destination for your next event, and perhaps every event after that too. To experience it for yourself, take advantage of our Come See Fly Free program. Newsletter for planners, capture imaginations, let go of inhibitions. So more focused content on meeting planners and the types of things they look for in inspiring their attendees. So opportunities throughout all of this to showcase not only the venues or the facilities themselves, right, but also connecting it to the experiences that round out a meetings and convention here in Reno Tahoe, and demonstrating how impactful and lively and bright and vibrant it is compared to some of the other destinations they may be looking at. And then an example of LinkedIn ads. So in this case, retargeting from a sports focus in the context of longer form copy, but also an ad that says, leave it all on the field, and connecting to the youth field sports. Lastly, an idea that we have and really like and think will be really impactful is thinking about how we use the locals, right? The community members, those that have chosen Reno Tahoe to start a business, could be a small business, could be some of the titans of industry that have moved here, and create a spotlight series on who they are, their motivations, why they chose Reno Tahoe, inspiring those that we're talking to also think about coming here as a place of inspiration for their meetings and conventions. And it's a great way to be able to line up this type of content with the types of content that meetings and conventions planners may be looking for, and we can serve that up based on targeting to the right individuals. And with that, we would love to entertain any questions you may have.
First comment, I got the pleasure of seeing this last week, so I really love a lot of the messaging. The colors are great. I like a lot of the no limits for sure, but the text that's on some of those, catches your attention, and really like what you've shown us. Questions or comments? Mr. Appleton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Totally agree. What a great presentation. This is super exciting. I'm thrilled about that next iteration. So yeah, keep up the great work. I did have a question I wrote down earlier. It was on an earlier presentation. I don't know what sustainable travel is. I was hoping someone could explain what
I have that as my
sustainable
question.
travel- You have the same question?
Well, I was gonna say, because it can mean a lot of different things,
I
like in
agree.
government, we
Yeah.
say sustainable is always like a
Energy
climate
or-
initiative,
yeah.
exactly.
We-
So
we
it
know-
can mean a lot of things, but
I
I'll
know,
let Victoria.
Yeah, I think that's a growing
Yeah.
definition within travel, but the way that we like to talk about it is that travel, in some cases, when we think about the lake, has become extractive. Right, not just environmentally, but the impact that it has on the residents in the community. So sustainable travel is about destination regeneration, balancing visitor volume, and teaching visitors how to respectfully navigate communities while they are.
And we've seen in trends that people want to visit destinations who are also mindful. And so whether it's bringing a reusable water bottle, whether it's
seeing someone lay down a piece of trash and picking it up and putting it in a trash can along the river, whether it's.
So it's a sustainable environment.
Exactly.
It's an environmental.
And then the residents, when they see the visitors taking care of their community, taking care of their marina, river, lake, outdoors, trails, that it's not as disruptive. That's the traveler we want to attract here.
I meet a lot of people, that were attracted to coming here, especially downtown by Patagonia and everything that the river has to offer. And to your point, sustainable water bottles, like now more than ever, because we're seeing, I think, and what I saw from here is we're seeing a younger generation travel here as well. And those are the things that they care about. And as we move into the future of what does that next traveler look like, that, you know, what kind of destinations are they picking? If you guys get on flights, you'll be sitting with like snowboarders. I sat with Olympic skiers, and everyone was like, oh, we're partying in Reno. We're gonna, you know, go up to Tahoe in the day, but we're partying in Reno, but then we're also gonna be on the river. We're like on a climbing wall. Like, I mean, they are high energy and they care about totally different things, but they also love the gaming aspect of it. So like, we really do a good job of having just a lot of energy and sort of this, I don't know, it's a little bit of a daring personality, I think, to your point. And you guys have always done an incredible job. I do think you put us on the map when we started 7 years ago. We never had something so dynamic and relevant, I think, to who we really are. So, you know, I think to your point, it's a great campaign. And what I'd say, what I love most about it is, and you guys are a cool agency, and I just know this from the mayors across the country, they get to work with you because you've worked with the biggest destinations in the country. But you do it very data driven, and that is what makes the results, because you're using the colors that are data driven. You used, obviously, I could tell you used the
Visitor profile study.
Yes, the visitor profile study. So it's not just like, hey, we're a cool agency, we think it's cool. You're actually delivering on, you saw the percentages up there, and, you know, everything is just strategically lined. So I want to say thank you.
Plans in place too, so we're starting to see some of that. So we have a budget set aside for creative testing. So as we move through the campaign, as we're learning more about what imagery, what headlines are pushing the levers that we're wanting to push in terms of being more known for family and arts and culture and these things that we need to gain credibility on. We'll be looking at that as the campaign's running and optimizing those. And then we do have plans to build what's called ad effectiveness research. So at the end of the campaign, we'll be able to see who came and was that messaging a driver for motivating that visitation, and learn a little bit more about how to make the campaign even more effective.
So the question is, when do we get started?
We're starting now, so the winter stuff.
Next month.
Okay,
Which
good.
It's October, very
Yeah.
soon.
Mr. Murdoch.
I love it. I think it's great. I'm a gaming guy. So you put gaming in here finally. Thank you so much. I mean,
We heard you.
it's still
I heard you.
around here. Appreciate it. What I like is we have one of the biggest rodeos in the country. And whether it's a buck and bronc but that's just the diversity of who the adventurers that come to Reno. I think you need the Reno Rodeo is again the 6th or 5th largest, richest rodeo in USA. I really think we need to tout the rodeo. I really do in some of our pictures. You got a skier in the winter. What about a rodeo guy in the summer? Well, so hopefully I don't do this for a living, but I do like to see us look at the attributes of, you know, in Vegas, if you look at what they do in December, that rodeo, it doesn't care. They don't care if you're a cowboy. I've seen more people that aren't really Western type people come to the rodeo for the entertainment. I mean, it is spectacular. It's family, it's outdoors. I mean, it's the cool. So just FYI.
And we do know, right, one of those growth areas were with festivals and events. You guys were talking about how important that is earlier. That's in the strategic plan. That will definitely be a part of that sort of like research and planning, when we're serving up that kind of event-driven content for sure.
And coincidentally, that, the whole idea of Western culture is
Yeah.
also a consumer trend right now.
Yes.
There's been a resurgence
Huge.
in pop music and pop culture and fashion. So it certainly is something that draws a much wider audience than those that are into it.
Mr. Chapman.
Thank you. Really good stuff. Thank you very much for that. I'm gonna have a pretty granular question, and it has to do with kind of the Reno Tahoe brand has Tahoe in everything we talk about. And obviously Tahoe is embarking on a little bit of a different, path right now with the Lake Tahoe Stewardship Plan, which I know you mentioned, and I'm sure you have read that. I know the RCBA has been involved in that as well. But I'm just interested in how do we balance, and I'm not expecting an answer now, but how do we work towards this? But how do we balance the creative message and immediate cadence with the Lake Tahoe kind of stewardship plan and how we're moving forward with that? As an example, as the destination management organization in Lake Tahoe, we are not buying media in high summer or high winter that talk about visitation to Lake Tahoe. We don't need more people there in July 4th. We need longer stays for sure, so, we're not marketing to the dry market anymore. So I think we need to be mindful, one of how the efforts from this organization are blending and matching with the needs that this new effort is going to be taking on. Because Tahoe is going to be asked to be making really difficult decisions here in the next couple of years as this stewardship plan and this new council, Lake Tahoe Stewardship Council, comes into play. So again, not necessarily looking for any answers right now, but how do we work towards those efforts? Because it's going to be counterproductive for us in Tahoe to be saying, okay, we're trying to manage this destination visitation, and yet we're out there having big pictures of Tahoe in a high season period and pushing Tahoe at a time when Tahoe doesn't need that visitation. And it's a tough one, I get that, but.
I think we've started to do some of that, right? We have been pulling back on some of the outdoor industry, kind of focusing on urban in high season for summer. We work with the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, so they're an organization for whom does not advertise at all in high season. So we'll be really purposeful about going into just like those off shoulder seasons and filling gaps when they may have low occupancy. But a lot of their dollars have shifted into just education when people are on the ground. And they have their Aspen Responsibility Pledge, and a lot of the work that we're doing there is just in market advertising to make sure people are acting responsibly when they're there.
Absolutely. And just piggybacking off of that, we presented last time our commitment and partnership with Leave No Trace. That's a year-long partnership that we have aligned with them through our media buying. And so, to your point, it's through the execution, a lot of it.
Yeah.
The other thing, like part of the reason we do value-based positioning is that part of, I think what happened at the lake too, was just during COVID, everyone was here. So we want to be very purposeful in our targeting when we are promoting that product, the right visitor whose values are aligned with the community so that they are more likely to act responsibly while they are in the community. That's a big part of like why we add some of those values into even our media targeting.
Mr. Edelstein.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things that struck me, and I was looking through a couple of your slides, so the EDI metric, which I think is really phenomenal, like as a driver for engagement. Now that you describe sustainable travel and connecting these pieces, but then you spoke about, or you presented on the target audience and this culture creative. And what an amazing, I think we all see that culture creative that comes here. And with that EDI piece, you guys mentioned that you look at other communities that provide options and engagements and give suggestions to us on direction from a cultural event. And Mr. Murdoch talked about the rodeo. Are we missing something? Could we engage in certain areas, for the rodeo? We have this huge rodeo. And then I know that there's gay rodeo. I know there's the Hispanic rodeo, the Black rodeo. Do we promote that? Do we even have that? I don't know if we have that, but those to me seem to fit within this, how do we bring more people here? How do we get people into our casinos, to our hotels, to our stay locations and these festivals, I think that's a huge metric. So do you guys provide suggestions along those lines in that EDI field? Any ideas? Other cities or areas might do it?
We do. So part of what you're seeing in the creative right now is organically showing diversity and sentiment within that body of work. And you're right in that our current audience targeting is not very niche to an LGBTQ community. They are part of the targeting just inherently as they are part of our target audience population. That is something we could consider moving forward. It's not been a focus of the current plans, but just organically happening within the work to make sure that we are representative of all cultures and communities and being careful with the language that we're using.
Yeah, I guess I was interested in what you.
Asking, correct me if I'm wrong. As we look at some of the data and insights, are we identifying opportunity gaps to promote a product or an experience that maybe could be taken advantage of here in Chicago?
Yes.
So to that, yes, the answer is also yes. We will look at the trends, but also like what the true opportunity is in terms of audience reach and like the opportunity of what percentage that we can target within that. And also work with other destinations on product development as well.
Mr. Squaga.
Yeah, I wasn't really even gonna go here, but to build up Eddie's comments, I think that sometimes that the organic approach you're taking towards the diversity piece is more authentic anyhow, and it isn't so contrived, and I shouldn't say, but you know what I'm saying? It's just, you feel it. I liked a lot of what I saw, and I'm, for the most part, born and raised, lived my adult life here. And I can't even really explain the destination to people sometimes on it, because it is unique, and there is I think authenticity is a real, pillar, kind of what the whole Reno Tahoe sparks. Northern Nevada, is it? So I think I love the brand personality page. I feel like going back, and I think it really boils down really the quirk of the destination. This is more, and this is kind of part Christina, the research side and yourselves, but is we really evolve the tourism product in the area. Because even in this world, so I'll put my Peppermill hat on, our visitor profile may vary somewhat with what you're saying, right? We're not necessarily targeting family with the kids and everything. Doesn't mean we don't welcome it, and it doesn't mean that we don't get it. I mean, you come in on a holiday, winter break, we've got kids in the pool, it's great. But if we don't actively go out there, that doesn't mean that as a destination that I'm not in agreement with pushing. Where I'm going with this is, it'd be very interesting as we've kind of evolved to see I know we call them flag hotels, but the Courtyard Marriott, what their product is and what their visitor profile is, what the traditional resort property is. Just that better understand the whole Airbnb VRBO guest, it's unique because I think we have these pipelines, and I think all of them are very healthy. That's the beauty, I think, with digital and social media where we've gone, right? It's no longer just running ad in the Sacramento Bee. So I love the creative. I think I like the thought being put into looking at our current profile and kind of tweaking, each property. I mean, I look at Rick with Caesars in their database, that's on a whole different scale, but we all kind of market to our own silo. It's almost like we have a destination umbrella, and then I think we all have our own game plan. But I think the two can marry up too. So great stuff though. I really thought it was great.
Thank you. Did you have another comment?
Yeah, one more comment.
Okay, and we're going to try to move on.
I'm just telling you, Mike and Christina, and okay, we've got the National Bowling Stadium. We just did 75,000 bowlers. Bowling's an indoor sport, but it's just no different than skiing or, and I'm just saying, it's such a uniqueness that we've got the Taj Mahal at 10 pin in the city. So I think really, families love to go bowling. We have a bowling haunted house. I mean, I think, where I'm going, you gotta look at some of the things. I sit on the commission, Nevada Commission on Tourism. I got after them a little bit the other day. I go, you're putting all this cool stuff. You got the big race in Las Vegas, but you forget about Burning Man up in Reno. You forget about the things that we have in Reno that are just as big equally. So that's the point I'd like to make. This is, diversity, but a bowler will go play golf or go skiing, or a bowler will, and they come all year round. So again, maybe we don't necessarily need them exactly, but I think the Valley floor, Steve and we need occupancy all the time. We have 4,000 rooms. So we want to see anybody who wants to travel to Reno anytime.
Thank you so much. Sorry you had to wait. Sorry we've gone so long, but thank you for sharing an amazing campaign. Looking forward to seeing it when it goes live. Okay, we're gonna roll right back, Mr. Larraqueta. The last item, F1.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's
Mike
go ahead and move on
Larraqueta. I promise we will fly through this. So just to set the stage a little bit, staff's requesting the Board of Directors to review and approve future financial commitments required to host the American Bus Association Conference. Please note that the financial commitments being requested must be budgeted and approved by the Board of Directors in the fiscal year that they are actually going to be allocated. To provide some history to how we got to where we are today, Reno Tahoe submitted an initial bid in 2016 to host the American Bus Association Conference in 2020, and then rebid again to be the host city in 2023 and 25. In June of 2023, the RCBA team was advised that Reno Tahoe was selected as the winning bid for the January 2026 conference. Very quickly, Mr. Jimenez will now present, and I promise you a very brief overview, 7 slides, of the benefits, financial details, and room night history for our region for the motor coach segment.
Art, thank you, Mr. Larraqueta. Good afternoon. For the record, Art Jimenez, and thank you for the opportunity to present this program brought to us by the American Bus Association, or ABA. So ABA is based in Washington, D.C., and its membership comprises of motor coach companies, tour operators, and travel industry suppliers. And ABA was founded in 1926 and is the oldest and largest voice in the industry. And as part of ABA's programming, they produce an annual marketplace convention. And again, as Mike mentioned, in June of this year, we received notification that we were awarded the bid to host the 2026 marketplace convention over January 10th and 14th in 2026. So what's Marketplace? Marketplace is a 5-day appointment-based trade show where operators conduct appointments with US DMOs, hotels, activities, and attractions. And if approved, Reno would be the first time that ABA has held their convention on the west coast of the United States. And Reno was selected from a finalist list of Portland, Oregon, and Long Beach, California. And then the properties that will be participating with room nights participation for Marketplace will be the Atlantis, the Nugget, and the Peppermill. So the impact of what this segment represents for us, let's take a look at what hosting Marketplace means for the region. So in fiscal year 23, Group Tour Motor Coach represented just under 20,000 room nights for the destination from all third-party room nights that we track. So this slide shows room nights produced for the destination in this segment over a 6-year period. And you can see that there's growth potential, as in fiscal years 18 and 19, we had just a little over 47,000 and a little over 40,000 room nights respectively for this segment. So there is growth that we can get back to these numbers. So what are the costs to host ABA? Let's take a look at ABA by the numbers. ABA projects 3,500 attendees for the convention, of which 2,300 will be motor coach and tour operators, and 1,200 will be suppliers. We'll generate 8,000 cash room nights. It's important because they will come midweek in January, which is part of our shoulder seasons. There's also research by ABA that indicates that host cities will see a potential increase of 10% group tour business over 5 consecutive years. And we'll also get to expose the destination to new motor coach companies. And finally, the economic impact just for the convention part is a little over $3.7 million. So what are the costs or financial commitments to host this convention? So part of the city's commitments is to host the closing night event the year prior, which would be in February 2025 in Philadelphia for approximately 1,400 delegates. For the fiscal 25 expenses not to exceed $200,000 for event programming to include food and beverage, entertainment, and transportation. In fiscal year 26, the commitment includes hosting the marketplace opening icebreaker for approximately 2,200 delegates in January of 2026. And of course, other year commitments include transportation, the Reno Sparks Convention Center, space, sightseeing, to name just a few of the commitment items. And all of these commitments are in your staff reports. So the fiscal year expense is not to exceed $465,000. However, as part of this program, we have a $50 per room rebate that we've included. So this will return approximately $425,000 to the RCVA to cover costs for transportation, the hosted event, and facility rental expenses. And as promised, that's ABA, American Bus Association. Are there any questions?
You need to, we're looking at 2 different fiscal years. So the economic impact to our budget would be 2 different years.
That's correct.
200,000 and then the remainder of the 4.
That's correct. So
Okay.
if the board approved to move forward and accept the bid today, in next year's budgeting process, we would budget within the sales department $200,000 to be allocated in that fiscal year for the opening event in the host city the year before in Philadelphia. And then in fiscal year 25, we would then budget $465,000 to cover the estimated expenses as it relates to the hosting the event, the transportation, and if there's additional revenues based that is obviously being countered with the rebate, that would go to the rent in terms of the convention center. But primary goal is to cover the hard dollar expenses first.
Okay, and they've never been on the West Coast, which is really pretty exciting.
That's correct.
To really expand our market to people who haven't maybe even been here, you know. Mr. Murdoch.
So in a nutshell, the combined, it costs $665,000. You're gonna get all the rebate back, and ultimately it costs us $240,000, right?
Yes, there's
Basically, to put it in terms.
so on the expense side, we tried to put a number in with the highest liability as possible. We're confident that it's actually going to come in lower than that. The flip side of that is rebate is based on consumed room nights. So it's based on the blocks that are established within the 3 participating hotels. That obviously can fluctuate up or down based on whether the attendees book outside the block or not. There's going to be a housing bureau included, so they're going to be encouraged to book through the block. And the participating properties within their agreements all have a release date of 30 days out to the waiver to protect the rate that is contracted with ABA until 30 days prior to arrival. Is pretty standard in the industry.
But don't they have to stay in a participating property?
They do. Now, could they stay outside? Sure, but then what happens is they become not part of the transportation. So the buses wouldn't pick up at those properties. They'd have to provide their own transportation to get to the events or the meetings.
Okay, Mr. Chapman?
That's very good, piece of business. My only question is the rebate already contracted?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I'm glad Mr. Murrow clarified that, because when you look at it, the number jumps out. It's almost like $1 million piece of business.
Yeah.
That we're paying, and it's not. I think applying that rebate over, we get a good chunk of it. I do think too, you're talking to a segment, not only the shoulder season, but you're talking to a segment of tour operators, right? I mean, they are tourism.
It's everything.
Correct.
They're
So-
tourism.
And it's not just motor coach.
Right.
It overlaps into tour operators and wholesale
Yeah.
and receptive.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great group to expose to the area.
And does that kind of fit our, when we did our demographics on our market, it was 55 was the age of the biggest block for people 55 and over.
So motor coach gets, I think, branded a little bit, and that it goes to an older demographic, but to Art's point, because of so many other segments of mix are impacted by motor coach or use motor coach.
Right.
And I think it's all travelers
Okay.
that, whether they're coming on a series or they're on an extended stay or they're doing it could be even international, right?
So we'll get broad.
They can be doing
broad
Yosemite
cross-section.
and
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is John East. I have a quick question. So Mike, I heard you talk about the budgeting of the 465 and 26, but I didn't hear you say you were going to budget the rebate as well. Is that, we are going to do that, right?
So yeah, Mr. East, thank you again, Mike Lettergetter for the record. Yeah, so the rebate is actually contracted directly with the participating hotels. And it's based on the overall 8,000 room nights that are contracted. That's how we get to the estimate of the rebate. So yes, to answer your question, it is budgeted within the fiscal 26. It will be budgeted within the fiscal 20 year budget as a revenue line item.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, any other questions? If not, I'm looking, we are going to need a motion, right? To approve, to accept. Motion to accept the commitment to host. So looking for motion. Mr. Abelsar.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the commitment to host the EBA.
Second.
Okay, do we need the 25, 26? Okay, as presented.
As presented.
Okay, motion by Mr. Abelsar, second by Mr. Murdoch. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art, very much. Okay, we are almost wrapped up. I've got item G, which is board member announcements. I think we have a real brief update I know of from Mr. J on the airport real quick, and then I've got like a couple.
All right, I'll make it a minute. Ticket and counter, look, Richard J, representing RTA. Ticket and counter looking great, starting to take shape now. You see the windows going up. Also have the loop road being redone, ADA compliant, new bollards. It's one of the bigger concerns with Homeland Security and, you know, getting those up there. So those are be very enhanced, very robust. Sad ending to the air races, FAA and TSBA doing an investigation. New destinations, Atlanta, which we got that back, that is great. New airline, New Pacific Airlines with Ontario service. Detroit, Austin, looking really good. Reached an agreement with Toro Car Rentals. So we're happy about that. We did a road show up at South Lake Tahoe yesterday and the new venue up there. And if you haven't had a chance to see it, it's amazing. Pitbull, and I didn't know who Pitbull was. I thought they were going to do a dog show there, but it's actually a band or something, but they're opening up on Friday night. So that venue is very amazing. Lastly, Tina Tigger, a longtime employee there, is in a new position that has been created, executive team position, Chief Air Services Development Officer. So we'll be pushing with her expertise in there and bringing more, you know, we're really pushing the East Coast, trying to get some more Canadian, the Hawaii, the few more destinations from Mexico. So Son and his team along with Tina will be doing a great job. So that's it. I think under a minute.
Oh, you're awesome. Thank you so much. And anyone who saw that on the news last night, they did a sculpture from all the trash they collected in Tahoe. And it was this amazing eagle and the base of it. You've probably seen it in person. I mean, it was just
Amazing.
that they put out in front of the new convention center central, right?
Yep.
Oh, amazing, just amazing. So we get to sustainable. We're back to our sustainable part, right? I had a couple of announcements right now. We're not scheduled for an October board meeting. So you probably got 2 for 1 today with our long meeting today. We did put a lot on the agenda because we're not scheduled for October. I am for November scheduling November 9th as a board retreat. I have Angie Taylor, who's going to come in and lead a retreat for us. It'll be something a little bit different, looking tentatively 9 to 1. And we are going to, we're going to do them, Trent, we're going to show the whole board the new remodeled suites, the executive suites at the Reno Event Center. So because it'll just be board and Angie, if we have business that we do need to conduct or something that is time sensitive to get approved, since we don't meet then till December, we could throw that at the beginning. So we'll kind of keep that if there's business to take care of, and then right into the board retreat with Angie. But we'll mark that and I'll have Mara get that all out on calendars for you. Did we have any other announcements, updates? Everybody good? If not, oh boy, let's adjourn. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, public comment.
No, this time.
Public comment. I know.